Ben Morgan.
Local Christchurch hope there, Ben Morgan, obviously stepping out of the TQ this weekend, focusing on the midget and doing pretty well, if I do say so myself.
Scotty Miller, the next driver, he's got a nostalgic Chev V4. We all know the sound of Scotty's car. If you're new to racing, have a listen to that thing going around. And good to see Scotty competing in the Midget Gold Cup today, brought to us by it's the City South Van Spears.
And in behind Scotty is the car previously driven by Tom Lumsden, but this weekend we have Mitchell Hill stepping into the seat. And for those of you that were at Ellesmere last weekend, Mitch actually put on a really good show out there as well. So very impressive to him adapting to a different car.
Yeah, Mitchell saying that car's got more horsepower than he can handle, so watch out for the 9C car. Next car up is Nathan Wilkie, all the way from Dunedin. He is registered to Nelson, but Nathan's putting in some pretty good races this year, Louise, and he's featured up in first, seconds and thirds. Yeah,
Nathan also had a really good run last Friday with the BT Race for Mates as well, so very impressive to see him running up there.
Peter Honeybell, all the way from Auckland, an ex-New Zealand champion. He's a real flyer, this boy, and certainly doesn't mind taking his chances on the passes. Good to see Peter Honeybell here at the track.
And next up behind him is, of course, Jack Lowe, sponsored by City South Van Spears, who is, of course, the naming rights sponsor of tonight's Midget Gold Cup.
And he's certainly one of the favoured runners, of course. Next up, Jeremy Webb, 5 times TQ champion, but in a midget tonight. Let's see how Jeremy Webb can go. Got his young kitty there with him, biffing a few lollies out to the kids, and certainly a real chance in the Midget Car Gold Cup tonight.
And in behind him is the 24A of Morgan McHugh. Morgan's had a pretty tough week, but I'm sure that he will be looking to capitalise and move forward a couple of spots tonight in the points.
Yeah, we like having Morgan McHugh here. Changed all his flights to participate in this race meeting today. Really appreciate that. Next car off the on the grid is Ben Smith. And Ben Smith, he had his first go in midgets just a couple of nights ago. Performed very well, the ex-Dave Kerr car. And good to see Ben Smith taking on the Midget Gold Cup today, Louise.
Yeah, absolutely. Ben's only had a couple of meetings in the midget so far, but a pretty good performance this week for sure.
And Travis Buckley, all the way from Auckland. These boys have been on the road for 3.5 weeks now, travelling down the middle part of the North Island and through to Christchurch. Raced at Ellesmere, and watch out for Travis Buckley. He's been to America several times, very experienced driver, and we like the looks of Travis Buckley.
And behind him, all the way from Nelson, Jamie Brown. The Browns have contributed a lot to Speedway over many years. Of course, his father as well competing, but fantastic to see them making the trip and supporting the club.
Yeah, just a reminder, kids, get to your favourite driver. Frisbees are going to be biffed out after our anthems later on, so you might be lucky enough to win one of those. They're signed by the drivers, so if you're looking for a good souvenir, get close to your favourite driver. The next car up is 1NZ, Brad Mosen, the lap record holder here at Ruapuna Speedway. Man, he is a good driver. The Greenway team performing very well, and great to see Brad Mosen here.
Absolutely. Obviously, it was only a couple of months ago that Brad picked up his second New Zealand title here at Ruapuna Speedway, and pretty cool to see him running double duty this week as well in the Steve Duff Jr. 15C sprint car.
Yeah, first time in a sprint car, and performed beautifully the other night. For USA, Jonathan Allard. He's a crowd favourite here, folks. Give him a round of applause. Jonathan Allard is now currently the he is the Grand Prix champion, taking that title out just the other day, and the Dalton's car looking as good as ever, and he'll be a real hope tonight.
And in behind him, the fan favourite of the 19C, Jamie Duff. Got a little bit of a different colour combo going on there with the wing tonight, but nonetheless, Jamie has been very fast all season and definitely one to watch.
Daniel Thomas, the 55 car, all the way from the North Island. We remember Daniel Thomas down here at Ruapuna. He was the New Zealand champion just a year or so ago. Some inconsistent results for him late in the season. Started off very well up in the North Island, and those guys will be looking to really improve their racing tonight and try and take out that $60,000 Sprint Car Gold Cup.
And in behind is the 47 sprint car, piloted tonight by Australian Marcus Dumsney, making the trip over on a last-minute call due to the previous driver, Zachary Sokal, falling ill this week. So definitely cool to see an Australian come over, competing tonight for the Gold Cup.
Yeah, for those that love their sprint car racing, Marcus Dumsney, a real gasser, this boy. And he's going to be handicapped a little bit, has to start off the back of the field, and by all accounts, he's good enough to get to the front. So let's watch out for that 47 car and see how that performs tonight.
And in behind him, of course, Matthew Levisage picked up 3NZ just a couple of seasons ago, a local favourite here, and of course sponsored by Royce Clive Engineering as well, where we will run the Salute to Goody, sponsored by Royce Clive Engineering tonight as well.
Yeah, the Toyco car, very easy to find, beautiful looking sprint car. The next driver out from Invercargill, Jacob McIntyre, the big fella. He's got that 88i going pretty good, and we love having Jacob here. He's certainly Invercargill's best sprint car driver, and watch out for him pulling wheelies down the front straights.
And in behind Jacob is, of course, the Dalton-sponsored 57 of Connor Rangi. We've seen Connor be incredibly competitive this season, and he is very, very keen to pick up a Gold Cup win tonight. Yeah, just a lightweight driver there, all of about 50 kilos dripping wet, but he certainly knows how to pedal these things. Sean Action Ashton, a late entry here for the 73, the A1 Automotive-sponsored yellow sprint car there. Good to see Sean participating today, and he'll be eyeing up some of that $60,000 that's up for grabs. And next up in his rookie sprint car season, competing in his first ever sprint car Gold Cup, is of course Dylan Forsey. Finished very high up in the War of the Wings points this season, and has picked up a couple podiums as well. A very impressive start to his sprint car career. Yeah, surprised everyone with some very good sprint car racing. 95C, the BMG and Avon Insurance sponsored driver of Caleb Bourne. We know how good Caleb Bourne can be around here. He can also trash a few cars from time to time as well, but watch out for that 95C car. He's certainly aiming to be up the front somewhere. And Jamie Larson returns to Ruapuna with a 3NZ. We saw him competing in the South Island Sprint Cars just a couple of weeks ago, so nice to see the Larson team making their way back. And the 99C of Dave Kerr, for all our Springston fans out Ellesmere Way. He's certainly been a crowd favourite here at Ruapuna for many, many years. The Ford-powered sprint car. He took out a heat race last week and did it in very impressive style. Great to see Dave Kerr competing today. And in behind him, the HRLR teammates, Ryan O'Connor and Christian Hermanson, throwing out a few lollies there to everybody that's down by the fence, and there goes one frisbee already. Very cool to see HRLR making the trip down. Yeah, exactly. 98 and 99, as you said there, Louise. Good supporters of Ruapuna Speedway. The Flying Farmer, 64C, Matt Honeywell. Well, we know how good he is. Don't ask him about Joel Myers Jr. That's a real point of contention. But these boys certainly know how to pedal that 64C sprint car. He is a previous Grand Prix winner as well. So Matt Honeywell, a late start to the season for him, and great to see him competing today. And in behind him, racing the 46C for Anderson Racing, Max Guilford. Obviously very familiar with him down here in the South Island, competed plenty of times in both the sprint car and the midget. Looking to capitalise, he's had a few podiums and looking to pick up a feature win here tonight. Yeah, exactly, and that was Max Guilford. He was very impressive the other day. Certainly a very good driver around Ruapuna and getting very comfortable. Joel Myers Jr., folks, we all know Joel. He's been here for a couple of seasons, just, well, in fact, he's 18 years old, just yesterday, in fact. So we can wish him a happy birthday later on, but Joel Myers Jr., the 1NZ sprint car title holder, and he went up to Auckland and showed them how to drive, and a great performance by the 17-year-old at that stage, and certainly knows his way around Ruapuna Speedway. And last but not least, our reigning Gold Cup champion, picking up the win last season here at Ruapuna Speedway, is of course Stephen Taylor. Yeah, he is the wild man from Wellington, and those that watch Stephen Taylor here at Ruapuna know that he's always pulling wheelies and bumping and grinding his way around the track. Watch out for that 9N niche commercial car that is bound to be making his way up to the front. Well, look, folks, that is our grand parade there. We have got some ceremonial stuff to do here, of course, with Anzac Day coming up very shortly. And what we'll do now is we'll just take a moment to pause, and we've got a few celebrations that we'll continue with.
Anzac Day fast approaching. Ruapuna Speedway would like to take this opportunity to commemorate those who sacrificed their lives in the service of New Zealand. Please be upstanding as we honor our fallen servicemen and women.
They shall not grow old as we that are left grow old. Age will not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them, lest we forget.
Very good, and thank you folks for participating in that ceremony. Of course, we have got our national anthems to come. If you wouldn't mind staying standing, that would be great. Of course, with Max Dumsney here, we'll have the Australian anthem first up.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free, with golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every state advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Yeah, Max Dumsney here to take out the $60,000 prize money, and a moment for him. Of course, we've got two Americans here, Jonathan Allard and Joel Myers Jr.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rugged red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Yeah, great moment there for Jonathan Allard and Joel Myers Jr. And of course our New Zealand anthem.
God of nations at thy feet, in the bonds of love we meet. Hear our voices, we entreat. God defend our free land. God Pacific strength for
Yeah, thank you, folks. What a great way to start our big finale tonight for Speed Week, the $100,000 Speed Week, which has been in progress for the last several nights. And AJ, what a great decision it was to cancel last night and get racing happening here in the afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. To be quite honest, it was the only decision that could have been made. Sort of those intermittent squally showers and that we had remained hanging around for a big chunk of the evening last night. But we're going to have a pretty raced up racetrack tonight, and the all-star cast of the fast here for the grand final meeting, the last night of Ruapuna Speed Week.
So we'll take a quick break here, folks. Racing will commence in 20 minutes. And folks, if you just watch out for our drivers, a few frisbees will be coming over the fence very shortly. A signed autograph from your favourite driver, a real keepsake from Speed Week.
A big day, the Lords of the Clay Top Ring battle out the final races of the R&R Duff Sprint Car Gold Cup, the City South Fan Spears Midget Gold Cup, the Smith Racing Wingless Sprint Ruapuna Rumble, and the supporting act from the cast of the fast. Hi folks, AJ here along with Craig Broomhall, Josh Henderson and Louise Smith. We'll keep you up with the play. It's great to welcome you all along to the Thunderdome. Sit down, hold on. This could get a whole lot wild.
And it's a big welcome to Josh Henderson to the commentary box. Josh, we've got the quarter midgets. They've been racing very well this season. And what a big night it is for those guys to race at the Thunderdome tonight. And a good field of local drivers. And who are some of the drivers to watch out for here, mate?
Yeah, we've got a lot of drivers to watch out for tonight, and number one is going to be 23C Jack Brownley is our fastest quarter midget driver in New Zealand, as well as the 54C Jackson Clark, 72C Brooke Clark in her final outing as well. Another one to keep your eye out for. Here we go. Green flag flies for the quarter midgets for their first heat race of the night. Good start by Ryan Gallagher in the 16C car. He's already launched to the front, and following behind him, Jack Brownley's, and he's putting up some good moves already off the start, getting around some of the more inexperienced drivers in this field. Of course, this field is for younger drivers from ages all the way from young age to about 15 or 16. So these drivers putting on some of the best racing you'll see in the age group. And Brooke Clark, her final start in the quarter midgets comes tonight in the feature race later on. She'll be either moving on from Speedway or moving on from quarter midgets. We hope she stays in Speedway, and we'll keep an eye on what Brooke Clark does next. The 72C, you can see her in the third spot, just getting around the 2NZ CTRA 2NZ quarter midget driver of Darcy Rasmussen. You can see in the 71C there, the MTF finance car. That's Bailey Bensimon's old car. Darcy running that car. Just a couple of issues with his normal 71C car, and you'll see him back in that 71C normal car next year. Nonetheless, Jack Brownley storming away with the lead at the moment. The young lad has been absolutely dominant at Ruapuna Speedway this season, winning multiple features. And he's come under a bit of threat from Jackson Clark lately, the 54C, as the white flag comes out. One more time around for Jack Brownleys. He hasn't been to victory lane in a while, because Jackson Clark has been really the one stealing the limelight. But Jack Brownley's now starting to get back his momentum. Checkered flag for Jack Brownleys. He'll take out the quarter midget heat race number 1 tonight. Behind him, Ryan Gallagher. Oh, and Brooke Clark rides a wheel on Darcy Rasmussen, and that almost ended terribly. She went up in the air, but did not go over. So that was very lucky between the two drivers there.
Yeah, good way to start there for Jack Brownley's a good, consistent performer here at the Racecourse Hotel and Motor Lodge, Ruapuna Speedway. The 23C car often seen at the front, sponsored by Access Man. A pretty hairy moment there for Brooke Clark, but all 4 wheels are on the ground safely at this stage, and Ryan Gallagher taking second place, which was a good performance by him. Pretty good lap time here, 18.67 seconds by Jack Brownleys, closely followed by Brooke Clark, 18.79.
Mix for this as well, and we'll get to that very shortly.
So these drivers have had some previous heats on our Thursday night meeting, which is aiming towards their qualification for the feature race. Some of the standouts were Luke Mclimont, all the way from the North Island. He's not in this race. There is 3 groups competing, and they'll all jostle around racing each other a couple times again today. But looks like we're about to go racing there, Josh.
Yep, Kane Gemmin on the front row. Harrison Brown was meant to be alongside him, but took a big tumble on Thursday night. Green flag flies. Good start by Kane Gemmin, and he's pretty much already good. Clear to lead ahead of Bailey Clive, a man who's moving to sprint cars next year, and yellow flag comes out. Not happy with the start.
Yeah, with this championship, the Speedway NZ officials really jumping down on any jump start. That's most probably going to be Bailey Clive, I would imagine. But he'll get one warning here, folks, and if he does it again, he'll be at the back of the field. But Bailey really needs to capitalise here. He hasn't had too many good results in the first few heats, but he is a real flyer here at the Racecourse Hotel and Motor Lodge, Ruapuna Speedway.
Absolutely, and of course, as I was mentioning just before, going up to sprint cars next season, so keep your eye on the 49C. Let's see what Bailey Clive's going to do in his final start in the wingless sprint. Green flag flies. Again, good start by Kane Gemmin. Of course, he's got no one alongside him to worry about, so he can pretty much clear both lines going into turn 1. Bailey Clive clears himself as well, so it looks like a better start that time for Bailey Clive, and then behind him, Laurie Peterson in the 28A, coming all the way from Auckland. He's running up in that 3rd spot. Then battle for the 4th spot between Aaron Hutton and Mason Whelan. Hutton won his first feature race here at Ruapuna Speedway a couple of meetings ago, and he's looking to capitalise on that momentum with the V6 Wingless Sprint Rumble. And of course, our reigning winner, Luke Shearing, the 68i car, coming all the way from Invercargill. He's currently in the not actually registering on our timing screens, but he is currently in the about 6 or 7 spots. He's battling up for the 7th spot with Samantha Sanford behind him all the way from Cromwell. Meanwhile, Kane Gemmin continuing to lead our Canterbury champion. He won the Canterbury Championship here in late December, and Kane Gemmin, one of the fastest V6 wingless sprint drivers in Canterbury, of course. Looking to hold out Bailey Clive, the CTRA 1NZ V6 wingless sprint driver. And he's looking to take out what is technically the V6 wingless sprint national title here at Ruapuna Speedway. We'll await the eager conclusion of the Rumble tonight in their feature race. 20 laps later on tonight, so keep your eye on that. Meanwhile, a little bit of jostling going on between Aaron Hutton and Mark Morris. Look there, Hutton maybe jumped the cushion a wee bit. And the big duck, Corey Duck Manton, looking to the back of Samantha Sanford. He won his first heat race a couple of meetings ago as well, where that meeting was full of firsts for a lot of drivers. And Corey Duck Manton, one of those, and he'll be one to watch tonight. Struggling a little bit with just getting up to the front, and it was a 10-cent quote from Corey, that 10-cent fuse that ended his race in one of the heat races earlier on. So he's down a bit on points, looking to capitalise as Luke Shearing, Samantha Sanford, Corey Duckmanton. That's really the battle group, as Bailey Clive starting to make his moves on Kane Jemmett. Had a look to the inside. There's two Gemmett's Power Tool Services cars, looking to battle it out nice and cleanly. Of course, both cars run by the Gemmetts. And see what Bailey Clive can do here with the white flag. Got to fly one more time around. This could be a close finish. Clive looking to the inside on Jemmett. Jemmett not giving him an inch. Can Bailey Clive get a better run off the corner? Yes, he can. Now he's going to look to the outside. No. Pulls a little dummy move. And he's going to switch back to the inside on Kane Jemmett. Not going to be enough. Kane Jemmett takes out the checkered flag and wins the heat race #1 for this Sunday afternoon for the V6 Wingless Sprints.
Yeah, some good racing to get us started there in the V6 Wingless Sprint Ruapuna Rumble, and Kane Jemmett taking that out, a good lap time, 16.45 seconds, about half a second off the lap record. Looks like that track not quite as racy as we thought it might be, but certainly likely to improve a little later on. Good result there by Bailey Clive, and Laurie Peterson holding on to third.
Race fans to the Ruapuna Rumble, where speed demons collide in a fury of metal and mayhem. It's time for the V6 Wingless Sprints to light up the track in the heat race, courtesy of Paul Smith Racing. Prepare for an adrenaline-fueled spectacle unlike any other. Buckle up and brace yourselves for the ultimate test of speed and skill at the Ruapuna Rumble.
Here we go, folks. Just one more lap under the yellow, and then we'll be racing for our V6 Wingless Sprints, and it's going to be, of course, Blair Smith and Luke Mclimont, that front row. Luke Mclimont, we know him as Cool Hand Luke. He's got a very good opportunity to storm away with the lead into turn one if he can get a good start over Blair Smith. And two drivers not to count out. Of course, we mentioned the 11C, Kirk Shooter Hawkins, and behind him, Mean Gene Spooner, the 35i. Let's see how this plays out. Going down the back straight, getting ready to race. Everyone's starting to file their way up. Billy Griffiths, the 79R in this car, in this race as well. Let's see what they can do through 3 and 4 to start off second heat of the V6 Wingless Spring Rumble tonight. Green flag flies. Good start by Luke Mclimont. Blair Smith equally as good. And oh, look at this. A little bit of wheel banging between Smith and Mclimont. And that just allows Luke Mclimont to get clear of Blair Smith going into turn 1. Dive bomb from Daniel McIntosh there going into turns 3 and 4 on the inside of Chris Bailey. And the 78C car, Dolly Rose. And oh, Daniel McIntosh, a little bit of contact with Sam Johnston, gets all out of shape. Sam Johnston looking to the inside of McIntosh. McIntosh holds on. Here comes Kirk Shooter Hawkins right around the outside on Billy Griffiths. Griffiths on the inside looking for another heat win tonight. And he's campaigning for the Ruapuna Rumble tonight, and Mean Gene Spooner in there as well. This could be interesting. Jake Shearing making his way out the field as well. Coming up to 7 laps to go for Luke Mclimont. And it's going to be Billy Griffiths now looking to the outside and Kirk Shooter Hawkins. So those two have done a bit of battling in the past, and they've swapped places now as they go into turns 1 and 2. And Griffiths gets Hawkins. Hawkins sends it up the inside, and around goes Andrew Gregg. So Billy Griffiths made contact with the rear end of Andrew Gregg, and Kirk Shooter Hawkins gets tagged in there as well.
Yeah, so Billy Griffiths all the way from Rotorua, certainly barging his way through this field, and he's certainly got lots to play for. He's one of the top qualifiers for sure, but Andrew Gregg going sideways, and Kirk Shooter Hawkins really having nowhere to go on that one. But nothing too serious with these cars. They'll all get a restart most likely, and hopefully everything's okay on the shooter's car, which it appears to be. And a little bit of action happening up the front there, Josh, but Sam Johnson also making his way through the field. Good to see Sam putting in a good performance today.
Yeah, Sam, of course, one of the superstar Canterbury drivers that we've seen here, performed so well consistently over the seasons, and he's put on some really good performances. He's probably about equal with Chris Bailey. Those two have been really, when one's good, the other's not. And so when Sam Johnston's good, Chris Bailey is generally either there or thereabouts, and look forward to seeing what those two will be able to show us tonight.
So Billy Griffiths taking his punishment, going to the back of the field, and he'll certainly want to make a few placings to continue with that good run of heats that he's had, and certainly he wants to get a good grid draw for their big feature race coming up a little later tonight.
Absolutely, we're about to go racing once again. Luke Mclimont and Blair Smith. Mclimont gets it underway, green flag flies. So Mclimont clear of Blair Smith, then Daniel McIntosh. And a bit of a battle going on between Bailey and Johnston. And Johnston absolutely sends it in there. And a little bit of contact with Chris Bailey. And here comes the shooter. Kirk Hawkins making his way up past Chris Bailey. And he's got up another place. Following them, Jake Shearing, Chris Bailey batting it out. And here comes Sam Johnston on the inside of Daniel McIntosh. So Johnston really making some moves early on. 6 laps to go. Now 5 for the 5M of Luke Mclimont. We know him as the North Island Midget Champion. Came down here for the Access Man New Zealand Midget Car Championship and didn't have the best run. Now looking to capitalise on his track experience here tonight with the Wingless Sprints. Of course, he's won this for the past, well not past, but he's won this for 2 years in a row. It was Luke Shearing last year and then Luke Mclimont for the past 2 beyond that. So he is really one to watch out for. And Andrew Gregg, Gene Spooner, those two experienced campaigners looking to make their mark tonight as well. Daniel McIntosh holding off Sam Johnston. Kirk Hawkins making his way up there as well. He's just got past Jake Shearing. And 2 laps to go for Luke Mclimont. Behind him, Blair Smith from Cromwell. Then Daniel McIntosh, Sam Johnston, Kirk Hawkins, Jake Shearing, and Chris Bailey just starting to use that upper hand of the track. We know he likes to do that. Likes to slide up the track and use that cushion up there as well. White flag flies one more time around for Luke Mclimont. So Mclimont, another heat win looking to be certain for him in the V6 Wingless Sprint Rumble tonight. Out of turns 3 and 4. Luke Mclimont, checkered flag flies, and he takes up heat number 2 for the V6 Wingless Sprints tonight. Behind him, Blair Smith. Then a dash to line between Daniel McIntosh, Sam Johnston. Johnston has to suffice for 4th and Daniel McIntosh in 3rd. And then we go back to Kirk Hawkins, Jake Shearing, Chris Bailey, Chris Dempsey, and Andrew Gregg.
Well, there you go, Ruapuna. It's Luke Mclimont, a clean sweep so far, and that's a great result for him. He'll be certainly a top qualifier for that big feature race, the McLeod's Cranes V6 Wingless Sprint. The big trip down from the North Island paying off for Luke Mclimont. So let's give it up for him. He's taken out another heat here at the Racecourse Hotel and Motor Lodge, Ruapuna Speedway. Well, catching up with Luke Mclimont in victory lane is Louise Smith, and Louise, he's looking to dominate this whole championship, and he's doing a pretty good job, Albert.
Yeah, Luke was running the midget class for the majority of this season, stepping back into the V6 Wingless Sprint, a 2-time Rumble winner in the past. Luke going for number 3 tonight, obviously feeling pretty comfortable on top of the point standings as well.
Yeah, no, I had a good first night on Thursday, and yeah, hope to continue it on tonight.
Winner of heat race number 2 on night 2 of the qualifying for the Smith Racing Wingless Sprint Rumble is, of course, Luke Mclimont.
Well, there you go, folks. A few hot laps there just to get some temperature into those big 900 horsepower engines. And it's Jonathan Allard, 13.63 seconds. A pretty quick time for hot laps, followed very closely behind by Jamie Duff, 13.74. So lots to play out here. Remember, these guys are trying to get qualification points for their big feature race coming up a little later today. And great to see Jonathan Allard on form again. AJ, he's had some bad luck down here at Ruapuna from time to time, but we know him as an exceptional sprint car driver for sure.
Yeah, he is very much. And a number of years ago, he actually won the World of Outlaws Gold Cup race at Chico in California. And he's got 3 of these under his belt here at this track. So the Gold Cup, it's an event that really does mean a lot to Jonathan Allard. Going into this afternoon, he is there or thereabouts in the point standings. Of course, Michael Pickens leading them on 32, Daniel Thomas 31, Allard 30, and Myers on 29. So they are the top 4.
Now, spare a moment for Brad Mosen, 15C. He's driving Steve Duff Jr.'s car. Now, he's a pretty good peddler in the midgets, but he's only done a handful of laps in these sprint cars, but acquitted himself very well the other day. These guys are going to want to run straight over top of him because they're all going for this $60,000. Let's see how it all plays out.
Here we go. We're locked and loaded. First sprint car race of the evening. It's clean, it's green. We'll send them away. Brad Mosen got the jump at the start, tucked in nicely behind him, Jamie Duff in the 19. Here comes Michael Pickens in the 54. Sees the gap down low and he takes it. In behind Duff, we've got the 99 of Hermanson. Then we go back to the 95 of Caleb Bourne. Jonathan Allard up into the 6th spot right now. Then we go back to Matt Honeywell, Daniel Thomas, Marcus Dumsney, the 99 of Dave Kerr and Sean Ashton. Mosen looking good in the JW Neal 15 car. Track certainly taking some rubber early on. Pickens hanging on to that 2nd spot. Jamie Duff in 3rd. Oh, Duff's gone around. Oh, dear me, we've seen a little bit of that lately.
Yeah, the Duff man, just no setup in that car. He got a bad start at the start of the race, of course, and it was Brad Mosen who surprised us all getting to the front. Just watching a little further back, we are watching Marcus Dumsney get to grips with that car. No handling in that car just yet. They'll make some big changes. And, of course, we watched the complete automotive 73C of Sean Action Ashton burst into flames, but just an oil leak going on to the headers there. That car's still got plenty of power going through the track now. Jamie Duff will get a restart, folks, so that's good news, but the bad news is he will be off the back. So plenty of work to do for the 19C car, the Allard sprint car, a real fan favourite here at Ruapuna Speedway.
Yeah, he is. Jonathan Allard already up into 4th spot, started out of grid number 9. He'll certainly not want Michael Pickens, his long-time rival, to get too far away from him. He needs to keep him within striking distance.
Yeah, it feels just like a midget car race, doesn't it? These two champion midget car drivers both going to the sprint car discipline. We know Michael Pickens has actually won a New Zealand title in the sprint car, so he's a little bit more adapted than Mosen. And Mosen really getting the best out of that 15C car. We know it's had a few issues from time to time, but let's see if he can hang on with the ex-New Zealand sprint car champion chasing him down.
Yeah, another driver. Keep an eye on the 99 of Christian Hermanson. 3-time New Zealand mini sprint champion. He's up into the sprint cars and he is as smooth as silk and certainly very fast on the flat, slicker tracks. Matt Honeywell in the 64. Late start to the season for the Flying Farmer out of mid-Canterbury. Yellow flashing lights out. We're going to go green. And it's Brad Mosen, Michael Pickens in behind him. Here comes Jonathan Allard, rockets up into third spot. In fourth, we've got Caleb Bourne. Then we go back to Christian Hermanson and Matt Honeywell. But boy, she's a great battle starting to loom at the front there between Mosen and Pickens. You see it week in, week out in midget cars. But Mosen very much entering Pickens' domain in the sprint cars. Nice run by Pickens down the inside. Mosen comes off the ropes, back into the lead. Plenty more to unfold in the remaining 4 laps of tonight's first sprint car heat race. Mosen stolen an absolute march over Pickens, and he's extending that lead. Allard in third. Now notice Mosen's going up into the dirt, as is Allard. They want to make it easy for themselves down through the prison bend. They all stick down low with the exception of Jonathan Allard. Racing where angels fear to tread. It's going to be white flag out next time around for Brad Mosen. And oh boy, he has been so impressive in this sprint car run. Here's a big battle going on between Pickens and Allard. Allard pinches the car down low, moves up into second spot. What a class move from Allard. Checkered flag about to fly. And Brad Mosen's going to bring the 15 home first. Jonathan Allard second, then we go back to Michael Pickens in fourth. Caleb Bourne, fifth is Hermanson. Then we go back to Daniel Thomas, the 99 of Kerr, the 47 of Marcus Dumsney, then it's Matt Honeywell in the 64, the 73 of Sean Ashton, and the Magan Turbo 19 of Jamie Duff, just picking up a solitary point for that last gasp, or last place. What a run from Brad Mosen, folks.
Well, there you go, Ruapuna. Pretty good racing there by the midget champion, 15C of Brad Mosen. We all watched Jonathan Allard carve his way through the field, and there's not many people that put a pass on Michael Pickens as easy as that. So the Daltons for USA taking second, and of course it was Michael Pickens in for third.
Our seats, eagerly awaiting the spectacle that is Heat 9 of the R&R Duff Sprint Car Gold Cup. Here, in the heart of the Thunderdome, the tension is palpable and the excitement is electric. With each driver vying for their shot at glory, the track becomes a battleground where only the strongest will prevail. So get ready to witness history in the making as the Thunderdome plays host to one last showdown under the stars.
Well, there you go, folks. Hot laps for those 900 horsepower sprint cars. And just having a quick look here, fastest lap there was Joel Myers Jr. No surprise there. The flying Californian often getting the quickest laps around here. And just behind him was Dylan Forsey. So watch out for the young 17-year-old in that 17 car just going down the back straight into turn 3. He's a real flyer, this kid. And I don't know if I'd want to give my 17-year-old the keys to a 900 horsepower sprint car, AJ, but he's certainly doing a very good job at it.
Oh, absolutely outstanding. Yeah, lots of anticipation in this one.
Another driver to watch out for is the 46C car of Max Guilford. He's been blasting around the Ruapuna track for the last couple of seasons, and those that were watching him on Thursday night were saying, how quick is this kid? He absolutely flew, almost got a lap record. He was just 0.2 of a second away from it in hot laps. So watch out for the Ranch Bar and Grill 46C of Max Guilford. Never scared to give his lead foot into it, and he'll be going forwards for sure, AJ.
Yeah, he will. So that front row, all on his lonesome, will be Joel Myers Jr. Row number 2 is the 9 of Stephen Taylor, the Wellington Wildman, and Connor Rangi. Here we go, folks. It's time for the White Knuckle Ride Sprint Car Heat Race action. Great start there for Myers. He will certainly want to break the chains on his opponent. And Max Guilford already made his way past 4 different cars. Dylan Forsey slowing at the back of the field. And he's going to stop up on the racetrack. That will bring on the yellow.
Oh, what a disappointing moment for the 17C car. Dylan Forsey got something dreadfully wrong in that car. Seems like it's engine mechanical. Come to a halt down the front straight. But how good was Max Guilford there, folks? That 46C car certainly determined to make plenty of spaces, or passes, I should say, and already has got past 3 drivers.
Yeah, I noticed Guilford's transponder just not working for them right now, so that'll give the lap scorers a little bit of work to do in there. Great to have you all along here, folks. The Racecourse Hotel and Motor Lodge, Ruapuna Speedway. Sunday afternoon thunder. There we go. It's not good news for the Forsey team. Very interesting discussion with his crew chief, Elvis Carey Bartlett, last night about what they do with that car, and boy, it gave us a real good insight to it.
So Joel Myers Jr. leading that field. He's completed only 1 lap at this stage. Connor Rangi, certainly as fast as any driver here at the Racecourse Hotel and Motor Lodge, Ruapuna Speedway. That Dalton's car, the 57N, is very quick. And the wild man from Wellington, Stephen Taylor. Haven't seen much out of him at the moment, AJ, just struggling with a setup on that car. And we know that he's never scared to put his foot up and often doing wheelies down the front straight and almost menacing every other sprint car driver. Let's see how these 3 go on our next restart.
Yeah, certainly some real hard charges in this one, right from the front to the back. It's Myers. He picks up the pedal very, very quickly. Big move by Guilford on the inside of McIntyre. Couldn't make that one stick for him. So it's Joel Myers Jr. out of Sebastopol in Northern California leading the way. Springston's Connor Rangi in second. Then we go back to Stephen Taylor. Jamie Larson starting to wind up the 3NZ car. And in behind him is McIntyre. One of the few Southern drivers who's keen to mix it up here. Levisic goes around. That's going to bring on the yellow again.
Well, there you go, AJ. That's an early indication that that track on the inside is a little slick at the moment. So these sprint car drivers are really going to have to hunt that dirt a little wider out. And the Toyco 78 just going around by himself and certainly struggling with some of the handling issues on that car at the moment. The good thing is he will get a restart for sure. And a relatively small field here. He may be able to make a few passes, but there's certainly some heavyweight drivers in front of him.
Yeah, there sure is. And probably one good thing about today is that it's not searing heat out there. Yeah, the sun is relatively solid, but it'll be gone soon. We can already see some of the shadows starting to stretch across the speedway. And if we can keep some dirt, some water into the dirt, particularly up on the high line. Come feature time, it will be a real spectacle.
Matthew Levisage, the 78 car, of course, was a 3NZ podium getter at our New Zealand Championship just last season. And he's used to some high-octane action, a multiple feature win up in Western Springs when the Springs was really running well. But here we go again, AJ.
Yep, take 3, heat 2 fitted this afternoon. Myers, Rangi, Taylor. And Taylor looks like he's very, very happy to persevere with the bottom part of the racetrack. Normally a driver who loves getting up on the high line, may well be waiting for his opportunity, but Myers, boy, he is cranking it up. The Ranch Bar and Grill, suck it up. 1NZ, big move there by Larson. Jamie Larson just shuffling Stephen Taylor back a slot. Boy, Taylor's going to have to pull something out of the hat if he wants to defend that Sprint Car Gold Cup. Levisage, and he's going to the infield this time, brings out the yellow again. The Coomera is cooked. He just got bogged in behind Ryan O'Connor, wasn't able to keep it running.
Yeah, what a drama that is for the 78C Toyco-sponsored Sprint Car WD-40 car of Matthew Levisage. Some very out of characteristic difficulties for some of our drivers today, AJ. Just watching Stephen Taylor there, he's really struggling with that car, isn't he? He's hugging the pole line like it's a safety net, and as you say, he's normally getting it high, wide and handsome, but he'll change the setup on that car for the next race for sure, the ME Transport and Niche Commercial Limited Sprint Car of Stephen Taylor.
I'm not sure why they've given Matthew Levisage a restart, because normally you bring on the yellow twice. No doubt there's something in behind that, in the fine print of the rule book.
Avoiding a car, apparently. Didn't look like that to me, AJ.
Oh, well. Officials setting a precedent with that call. So Joel Myers Jr., Connor Rangi, Jamie Larson, this could be his sort of racetrack, because he will milk the bottom of it for all it's worth and then invest in the top side of the racetrack. 4 laps to go, next time by the NPD 100% fuel start-finish line. So that's Myers, got them shot to pieces. Rangi second, Larson third, then we go back Taylor, Guildford in that 5th spot right now. Behind him the 88 of McIntyre rounding out the field, Ryan O'Connor and Matthew Levisage. Rangi starting to check the top side as he went through turns 1 and 2. That's the Stadium Finance Town Bend. White flag out next time for the young Californian who has made New Zealand his home the last 2 summers. And at just 18 years of age, he does all his own setups. And talk about a ballroom blitz. He has shaken it to pieces, taking out the win. Second will go to Connor Rangi. Then we've got the 3 of Larson, behind him Taylor, the 46 of Guildford, 88 McIntyre, 98 O'Connor, and the 78 of Matthew Levisage.
Yeah, great stuff there by the Californian flyer, Joel Myers Jr. That'll keep all the live streamers happy from the United States. A good run by the 1NZ car. Connor Rangi doing it reasonably well there. A pretty tough track setup. That track is very slick. You'll see some major changes in these cars as they come on into their next heat. And Jamie Larson, the 3NZ car, taking out third. Well, there you go, Ruapuna. Joel Myers Jr. makes it into victory lane, and Louise, the young 18-year-old, will be pretty happy with that.
Joel, you were pretty in control of that one out the front for all of that race, surviving those restarts there throughout that, but picking up a heat win, a good start to your night.
Yeah, for sure. The track's just really technical right now, slick right around the bottom. And yeah, we had a lot of restarts there, just made sure we hit my marks and try and change up my restarts so no one could really get an advantage on me. And yeah, felt good there. Got to do, make the car a little bit better. Obviously, the track's going to go away a bit more. So yeah, night's looking good, and we just got to go forward from here.
Joel Myers Jr. picking up a heat win tonight for the R&R Duff Gold Cup with the Daniel Anderson Racing 1NZ.
Ladies and gentlemen.
So Courtney Ashton just getting her car around the wrong way there. Got to restart pretty quickly there, Josh, and the complete automotive quarter midget takes her place in the grid.
Yep, absolutely, and this is our second heat race of the night, the final heat race before we go to the feature later on. For the quarter midgets, Jackson Clark, Miller Johnson, the front row, then Caden Simmons, Darcy Rasmussen, Brooke Clark, and Georgia Lewis. We'll get these guys and girls racing very shortly for another 5-lap heat race. Jackson Clark, you have to say, has got a really good opportunity to take out another heat race tonight. Green flag flies. Good start from Caden Simmons. He's making it 3 wide going into turn 1. And Jackson Clark just holds on to the lead over Simmons and Darcy Rasmussen. Brooke Clark, Miller Johnson drops a couple of places off the start, and he's coming out a bit of threat from Georgia Lewis. Nonetheless, Jackson Clark holding on to the lead at the moment. There goes Darcy Rasmussen to the inside on Caden Simmons, and Rasmussen gets that place. A little bit of contact between the two, but no harm, no foul for Darcy Rasmussen. Here comes Brooke Clark. Brooke Clark up the inside on Caden Simmons, and a little bit of argy-bargy. Caden Simmons gets forced up into the dirty stuff, and Clark still trying to get through on the 35C car, and she does that. So Brooke Clark, her final heat race as a quarter midget driver. She'll get one more chance to win a feature race later on tonight in the quarter midget feature. Her brother, though, Jackson Clark, storming away out front, but here comes Darcy Rasmussen. Rasmussen in the 71C car. Hasn't won a race here at Ruapuna Speedway this season, but he's won races elsewhere at Ellesmere and up north as well. He's now looking to try and make this his time. White flag flies. One more time around for Jackson Clark. Can Darcy Rasmussen get him back? The battle's on between the 54C and the 71C. Rasmussen versus Jackson Clark. Out of 3 and 4 for the final time. Jackson Clark way up high. Darcy Rasmussen way down low. Doesn't going to change the price of fish. Jackson Clark takes out the checkered flag and wins heat number 2 for the quarter midgets tonight. Following him, Darcy Rasmussen, then Brooke Clark, Caden Simmons, Jack Brownley's a solid top 5 result for him. Georgia Lewis, Isabel Harris, Miller Johnson, Ryan Gallagher, and Jack Reed, the top 10.
Yeah, good stuff by the quarter midgets. Flagman Tom signalling the winner. Jackson Clark taking out that heat race there, as you say, from Darcy Rasmussen, and a pretty good performance by Brooke Clark. Fastest lap time there, 18.86 seconds by Jackson Clark.
light a fire they can't put out. Carve your name into those shining stars. He said go venture far beyond the shores. Don't forsake this life of yours. I'll guide you home no matter where you are. One day my father, he told me, son, don't let it slip away. When I was just a
Small but mighty, these drivers are ready to tackle every turn. Get ready for a wild ride. Heat 3.
Here we go, folks. The first TQ heat race of the night, race number 7 on your program. It's going to be Ricky Brett. Logan Scammell, that front row, so the 9C, 99C. You're going to see 3 9s on that front row. Second row, Sean Shilton, then the Southbridge sausage stuffer of Marty Knight. Behind them, Jamie Booth and Scott Bailey. Then Isabel Clark, Jason Graham, Tyler Warnock, Jeremy Webb, the 1MZ TQ driver, and then Aaron Finlay, Rebecca Bugler, Tim Yellowlees, and Jess Morris and Cameron Soul.
Yeah, nice wee field here of TQs, as we said before, 750cc GSX motors, chain driven of course, and they get up to about 120, sometimes as much as 130 kilometres per hour, so certainly enough to put the frighteners up you. And we've got some good drivers here, as we've already pointed out. Ricky Brett, 9C, an ex-New Zealand champion, just getting back into TQ racing this year. And watch out for that Melrose Motorsport TQ making his way through the field. The up-and-coming rising star, Logan Scammell in the 99C there. He'll relish having a very good grid draw in this one, Josh. And fingers crossed he can make his way into the podium today.
Absolutely, Logan Scammell is one of the definitely new dark horse drivers of TQ racing. So you've got to keep your eye on the 99C Resine car. And of course, you'll see the 11K Dalton's car that's usually driven by Royden Crawford. That is actually Jeremy Webb, the 5-time New Zealand TQ champion, running that 11K car tonight. A little bit of an extra boost for him, usually running the Midget.
Yeah, he drove it out at Ellesmere recently. Had no real luck with that. I think there was some setup issues, but let's see how he goes. The New Zealand title holder 5 times, Jeremy Webb in the 11 car. About to go racing, Josh.
Absolutely, Ricky Brett, Logan Scammell the front row, then Marty Knight and Sean Shilton, who's going to come out on top in this one. Green flag flies. Good start by Logan Scammell. He looks to be ahead of Ricky Brett going down the MPD 100% fuel start-finish line, but had to lose out through the corner. And Ricky Brett holds on to the lead as we got one slowing. That's Cameron Soul in the 97C. He got way up and wide and had to back off into the infield. Scott Bailey on the inside of Logan Scammell. Here goes Bailey, the Access Man car, looking to make some moves early, and he's looking to chase down the ex-TQ champion of Ricky Brett. Meanwhile, almost a 3-way scrap in the middle between Isabel Clark, Aaron Finlay, and Jeremy Webb going through 3 and 4. And it's going to be Sean Shilton looking to be overtaken by Jamie Booth, the 46C car, looking to make some moves early. Now coming up to 7 laps to go for Ricky Brett. Brett's been really strong over these past couple of weeks here at Ruapuna Speedway, these past couple of meetings for the TQs. Ricky Brett has been always consistently up the front. And one name that's trying to make his way through the field right now, the Wannadig 33C car, Tyler Warnock. He's been running some pretty good racing lately. Had a couple of engine issues this season, and it's really put the dampers on him. And he's come back pretty strongly, won a couple of feature races, won a couple of heat races as well. And he's looking to make up a place there, going around the outside of Jamie Booth for the 4th place. And Isabel Clark, she's looming in there as well. She's putting in a good performance tonight. And, hits that rut, does Isabel Clark. So keep your eye on the 7C in the feature race later on tonight with 4 laps to go for Ricky Brett, the 9C car out front. Behind him, the Access Man 36C of Scott Bailey. Then Logan Scammell, the Resine 99C. These 3 have all been running very competitively, 1 heat races each, and could be some dark horses tonight as Scammell hits a bit of a rut there and goes all squirrely into 3 and 4. 3 laps to go for Ricky Brett. So Brett, Bailey, Scammell, Knight. And then Tyler Warnock, and we got one around. That's Jeremy Webb. So Webb, is he going to continue on? Yes. So Jeremy Webb just gets it all wrong going through turns 1 and 2 and comes back onto the track. Ricky Brett now coming through 3 and 4 to get the white flag. One more time around for the ex-New Zealand TQ champion, putting on some real good performances here at Ruapuna Speedway lately. Let's see what he can do for these next one lap. So Ricky Brett looking to take out the first heat race of the TQs tonight. And to get good draw for the feature later on. Checker flag flies. Ricky Brett takes out TQ heat race number 1. Behind him, Scott Bailey. Then Logan Scammell, Marty Knight, Tyler Warnock, Jamie Booth, and Isabel Clark to round out the top front runners of the field.
Yeah, pretty easy win there for Ricky Brett, the 9C car, followed by Scott Bailey and Logan Scammell. Not too many changes in the lead there in that race, but a pretty good performance nevertheless. Lots to watch out for at the back there. Jeremy Webb not handling that car particularly well, the 11 car from the North Island. Difficult to get the handling sorted out for that. And Isabel Clark taking that car almost airborne, getting caught in a couple of ruts. But some pretty good racing there, folks, from the TQs tonight.
South Van Spares, Midget Gold Cup at the Thunderdome. In this arena of speed and spectacle, only the boldest dare to tread. As drivers line up, ready to unleash their fury, the Thunderdome awaits a clash of titans where victory hangs in the balance.
AJ, I was just watching that TQ race with Jeremy Webb going around, really struggling with that 11 car from the North Island. I'm sure he'll make some changes in that race. And Jeremy doing a double duty tonight. He's jumped into the 88C K&T Drainage Midget. Of course, K&T Drainage sponsoring our fireworks tonight with Concut. That's Steve Duff and his crew.
Yeah, that's going to bring down the curtain on tonight's show. And don't forget, folks, well, it's school holidays apparently, so kids, straight after tonight's show, make sure you do get down to the pits, grab some autographs, some merchandise and so on. Plus, you know what, if you want to walk around the Speedway track and pick up some tear-offs and stuff, go and do that. You might even find some bits of race cars laying around out there.
Just looking over the back straight there, we've got a couple of our quarter midget drivers. Miller Johnson, put your hand up, Miller. We can see you walking around there with a couple of buddies. So that's the young folk that drive our quarter midgets. They're tiny as, and they certainly get lots of experience driving those 250cc engined quarter midgets.
Yeah, hey, I've just heard something that will no doubt strike a chord with you. your childhood hero is here at the Speedway today. 1977 South Island Midget Car Champion, Jack Bryan.
Oh, Jack. Jack's in town, yes. Nothing better than one of the Redgrave Rockets, Jack Bryan. And he was a good peddler of the Sesco, and I think it might have been the Chevy 2. The Chevy 2 back in the late 70s and 80s. Good to see you on track here, Jack.
Yeah, quick hot lap session.
Well, there you go, folks. Hot laps for our midget car drivers. Fastest lap time there, Mitch Fabish, 16.02 seconds. Closely followed behind by Jeremy Webb. If you're watching the track there, folks, you can see two distinct grooves opening up on turns 1 and 2. So this actually opens up the racing quite nicely, AJ. We'll get two different styles. And for those that are brave enough, they'll start to go into that darkened dirt area a bit higher up, but they can't go too high because we know it's very soft beside the concrete wall. So those that are daring and brave will probably get the advantage of getting the grip on the right rear and getting themselves around this track pretty quickly.
Yeah, I would imagine that the sprint cars will shift that dirt up there a little bit later on as the program goes on. Today's pace vehicle driver, Lethal Lee Young, always certainly controlled things this year. And if you're a midget car fan, get over to the Track Shack New Zealand Midget Car Championship t-shirts. We had a box of them left over. $15 out the door they go. They cost us a whole bunch more than that.
Jesus.
And there's some more of the Wings ones as well. And I had a look on the shelf, Craig. No room on the shelf. More of the Wings t-shirts that are left over. They're $15 as well.
I'm going to teach you how to make money, mate. You've got to sell them for more than what you purchased them for. But hey, always good bargains over at the Track Shack, folks, if you like your Speedway memorabilia. Just looking at that 71 Yale car, folks, 17-year-old Alec Insley took out a feature race here last week, and certainly the new rising superstar, as is that 3NZ, the orange car. Have a look for those two.
Yeah, here we go. First midget car heat race of the day. Green flag flies, and it's Morgan McHugh in the 24. Boy, he was shot out of a cannon. You want to go midget car racing? That's one of a number of them from up the North Island that's for sale right now. Christchurch's Jeremy Webb tucked in nicely in second, running down by the pole line. Then we go back to Alec Insley, Mitchell Fabish, and Peter Honeybell. They round out the top 5. Looking a little bit further back through the field, Nathan Wilkie had a big look at the top side of the racetrack down there through the town bend. Let's see if he repeats that. He appeared to lose a little bit of ground. No, he's brought it down this time. So it's McHugh, Webb, Insley, and Mitch Fabish holding that 4th spot. Webb looking for the big run up the inside of the I-Built 24. But Morgan McHugh, he's got this one locked down. Alec Insley, he's starting to move up the racetrack a little as well. He's at the helm of the Yale 71 car, having a really good look. Of course, it's the City South Van Spears Midget Car Gold Cup this afternoon. Big battle being waged at the front. We're at the half race distance. 5 down, 5 to go, and it's still Morgan McHugh. Here goes Webb, sees a gap, puts the 88 car into it, unable to really take any advantage off it. But now he goes up high. Boy, he is certainly using up the book of tricks, playing the momentum game. Still has to tuck in nicely behind McHugh. Now Webb has another crack at it. So Jeremy Webb, he gets his nose in front. Insley starting to wind up the Yale 71 car. Another one that's decided this is the momentum game. So it's still Webb. Insley in second. Morgan McHugh just been shuffled back into that third spot as well. But looking at the way that Alec Insley is going, I suspect that the last notes have been yet to be played in this, the first midget car heat race of the day. Insley applying some real pressure on Webb. Again, trying that top side. Webb smart enough to use every inch of the racetrack. Big drag race down the back chute past the Value Cars Warehouse Grandstand. It's Christchurch's Jeremy Webb. Auckland's Alec Insley. Oh, Webb just hit a little bit of a hole. Insley's got the momentum. Alec Insley takes the win. Jeremy Webb second. Morgan McHugh in third. Then we go back to Mitch Fabish in the 3 and Peter Honeybell in the 9. Rounding out the top 5. What a game of patience for Alec Insley.
Well, what a great result for the young 17-year-old, patiently waiting for that mistake, and it was the K&T drainage car of Jeremy Webb. You don't see that often. He's normally working over other people, but the 17-year-old got it on the very last corner. A pretty interesting race there, folks, in that last 4 or 5 laps, and great to see Alec Insley taking out the midget heat tonight.
Are you ever gonna push me, let me run, let me do? I need it and I'm ready and I haven't got a clue.
Well, there he is, folks. Alec Insley goes into victory lane. What a moment that was, taking and stealing that heat race on the very last lap, Louise.
Alec, that was a pretty dicey battle there, sitting in third for majority of the race, watching Jeremy Webb and Morgan McHugh battling out in front of you, able to head to the top side and get round them in a last lap corner pass on Jeremy Webb there to pick up the heat win.
Yeah, it was a bit of a bummer to have them go ahead of us like that on the start. You know, there was a bit of an iffy start from Morgan, I think, but I found the top in 3 and 4, and I started to try work it in and started to pay off towards the end. There was a few close calls with me and Jeremy's right rear, but I started to make it work, and I waited for him to make the mistake, and it just happened to kind of slide my way there on the last lap.
A very exciting heat win for Alec Insley in the Yale 71A.
Are you ever gonna push me, let me run, let me do? I need it and I'm ready and I haven't got a clue. Turning at the race in my head, I'm attacking the illusion with the stopping first net. Another sun was shining and he knew he wasn't great. He didn't have a target.
Van Spare's Midget Gold Cup. With engines roaring like thunder and the scent of burnt rubber thick in the air, the stage is set for a gritty showdown. In our next heat race, drivers will unleash their fury, leaving it all on the track as they fight for supremacy.
Well, AJ, I'm just watching the Hang Up Entertainment 9C of Midge Hill, and 3-minute call was given on this car. Difficult to know what's actually going on with it.
Yeah, some work on the right rear that they were doing. I'm not sure exactly what. Couldn't get the full picture from here.
Andre Goldsmith, one of the crewmen there, just looks like they might be putting some bleeder valves in, or
something like that.
Maybe it was just the...
It's not a bike pump he's walking around with.
All right, the Hang Up Entertainment Services Limited 9C, the car that Tom Lumsden owns, has been given to Midge Hill for the weekend, and he has been driving it beautifully. Certainly happy enough with all the power in that car, and these drivers will get some hot laps very shortly, and we'll get into racing after that.
Yeah, another home-built engine, the 10, the Denko, the legendary Denko. The design, the concept is certainly a good number of years old, but Paul Denson's still out there putting some good old Christchurch hard yards through the drive line, that's for sure. They know how to pluck engines out of that car very, very quickly.
Well, it was Bob Denson, of course, the man made famous for Denko engines. His son Paul is making those repairs and doing the machining these days. I think Bob's still got his hand in it, but a really interesting car, that for sure. Well, there you go, Ruapuna, a couple of hot laps for our midget cars, and they serve two purposes, really. Get a bit of temperature into these engines, and for those that have made major setup changes, it's actually quite good for them just to feel that out for a couple of laps. So the fastest lap there, Ben Morgan, 15.35, and certainly after him it was Michael Pickens. So this is going to be a real doozy, AJ. You picked it before. 1NZ of Brad Mosen right beside 54C, the CRC, 10 times New Zealand midget car champion of Michael Pickens.
But you know, you get the feeling Ben Morgan starting off the front row all by himself. He is going to be off like a scolded cat. There's some real talent in this one, the next row. Travis Buckley in the Buckley Systems 7 car. And Travis spends a lot of the year racing up in the USA. And boy, we've seen him in fine form. And then you've got the 54 of Jack Lowe.
Oh, what a race.
Doesn't look like there's any gap on the inside of the front row. Maybe they've decided just to bunch them all up. Midget car, second heat race of the day. Ben Morgan. Oh, he gets a little bit of a tap from behind from Buckley. And never give a sucker a chance. That is Jack Lowe. Orange light comes on.
Oh, I think Ben Morgan was sweating on a yellow light there. Difficult moment because he made a real big mistake on that first corner. And it was Jack Lowe putting his foot right up it and getting past him. But it'll all amount to nothing as we will get a full clean restart.
Yeah, there we go. Front row is the 45 of Ben Morgan.
So it'll be Travis Buckley that incurs that penalty. He was running too close to Morgan, didn't leave any gap at all. And this will give Ben a chance to really change his first corner entry. Let's see if he can adjust and get that car around quicker than he did in that last one.
Yeah, you know what? I'm a big one for just filling up those gaps because, you know, speedway races, it's all on adrenaline. Imagine just thinking, oh, the invisible man's in front of me, I've got to leave a gap. That just doesn't happen. Let's take two, heat two. That looked a whole bunch better. And it is Ben Morgan. Jack Lowe's going to go to the top side. Oh, Buckley cooks a Kumara. turns it around. Orange comes on again.
Oh, well, the pressure is starting to mount in this City South Van Spears Midget Gold Cup. It's the first time we've run it here, folks, and we're anticipating this will be a regular occurrence. And with these good North Island drivers, certainly there's plenty to play for AJ. Travis Buckley making that mistake that time.
Yeah, he sure did. Yeah, he'll be kicking himself because he's fiercely competitive. Just another one of the young guys. And you start looking at the careers of Michael Pickens and Brad Mosen, been around for such a long time. Still relatively young, and you know, figuratively speaking. But some of these young guys like Alec Insley, Travis Buckley, Jack Lowe, you know, they are, and Ben Morgan, they're just so young, and racing is a whole different proposition for them. Buckley's going to tag on to the back of the field by the looks of it. So now it's Brad Mosen that's got to imagine that there's two gaps in front of him. I think he did that pretty well. Ben Morgan, he got the start from the front row. Jack Lowe in second, and now the yellow's going to come on again. And it's the Denko this time. Well, we picked that during the hot lap session. And Paul Denson got sideways on, managed to keep the momentum up. The race that just doesn't want to start.
Well, plenty playing out here, folks. We can see what all these drivers are doing now. Jack Lowe's committed to the high line, and I think that's going to be the best line going into turns 1 and 2. Ben Morgan's tried a couple of approaches, and the swoopers will be the 1NZ of Brad Mosen, and Michael Pickens will be picking up the crumbs if anybody makes a mistake. So the Denko goes to the infield. A short night for Paul Denson at this stage. Hopefully nothing too serious on that car. And Ben Morgan will get his heart rate under control and try and get another restart here in the midgets.
Yeah, I was just thinking we can't have too many more cars sent to the back of the field, or next thing Travis Buckley will be on the pole. Right, take 3, or is it take 4? It's take 3. Heat number 2 for the midgets. Hold our collective breath. Let's see if we can get some laps in. And Jack Lowe, as called by Craig, just loves that top side of the racetrack, the City South Van Spears 54. Certainly winding it up is Jack Lowe, and he's got his nose in front. Great move by Lowe. Down low is the 45 of Ben Morgan. Michael Pickens and Brad Mosen just looming very ominously at this stage in positions 3 and 4. Then we go back to Mitch Hill, Travis Buckley and Ben Smith in the 67. But Jack Lowe took out the CTRA Championship at Ellesmere a couple of weeks ago, or last weekend rather, holding out Brad Mosen. Mosen just, oh boy, he's made a bit of a hash of that one. Got out into the heavy going, and maybe the heavy going is a little heavy down there in the Prism Bend. Jack Lowe is about to come under all sorts of pressure from one of the most accomplished midget car drivers on the planet, and that is Michael Pickens in the CRC 54. The 254s leading the way. It's Jack Lowe, Michael Pickens. Then we go back to Ben Morgan. Brad Mosen starting to get himself sorted out now in that 1NZ car. Half race distance. Pickens persevering with the bottom part of the racetrack. Lowe wants to play the momentum game and run high, but now Lowe just pinches it down low, trying to box Pickens in. He's going to have to certainly play hard there. Pickens has got the leader. Talk about giving someone the right rear. That was Jack Lowe. That could have ended in tears. So Michael Pickens. Boy, the Sky's Midget Car CV is about 3 foot thick with the titles he's won during his storied career. Now Jack Lowe sandwiched between 2 of the very best. The Greenway machine of Brad Mosen starting to get all racy. Laps counting down. It's Pickens, Lowe, Mosen. These two, they've fought hammer and tong every time they get onto the racetrack. And Mosen knows exactly where Jack Lowe is going to go. And that's go to the top side, boy. Down the back straight. Checkered flag about to fly. One last Hail Mary from from Mosen. He's not going to be able to make it. Michael Pickens takes the win. Low in second. Mosen in third and fourth. It's the 45 of Ben Morgan. Mitchell in the 9 machine. And rounding out the field is Ben Smith.
Well, how good was that, Ruapuna? Jack Lowe was under enormous pressure there by Michael Pickens. They did actually come together, and Jack Lowe tried to defend, but it was Michael Pickens who braved it out going into turn 1. I don't know if you've seen it, but Pickens gave Jack Lowe the one-finger salute as he was going around, and Brad Mosen then started attacking our local hope, Jack Lowe. But a great performance by Jack Lowe to hold on. He was under enormous pressure, but our 10 times midget car champion, Michael Pickens, gets it into victory lane. Well, Louise, we've seen Michael Pickens put on some last lap passes. He managed to do that a few laps out. A frightening moment there for just a second, but our 10 times New Zealand champion gets the job done again.
Michael, ever so patient there with all of those restarts, staying out of trouble, and ever so patient there coming up behind Jack Lowe as well, and obviously making the pass down there. It almost got a little bit hairy down here into 1, but lucky to pick up a heat win there.
Yeah, it definitely got real hairy. I thought I was going for a ride there. I don't know what he was thinking, but anyway, we've got the win. That's all that matters. Huge thanks to the guys, CRC, Jackie and Ryan Geek, who own a motor. We've just got to keep going. One more heat race tonight in the feature.
Best of luck for tonight's City South Van Spears Midget Gold Cup for Michael Pickens and the CRC team.
Some pretty hairy moments there, but great to spectate that stuff, isn't it? These guys really are the young Evel Knievels of Speedway racing. Josh, we've got the V6 Wingless Sprints coming back to the track, and their feature race is really starting to heat up as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got the V6 Wingless Sprint Rumble later on this afternoon or evening, whenever we get to it. And this is race number 9 for them, their third heat race of the night, 10 laps ahead of us. And it's going to be Billy Griffiths, Alan Bailey, that front row. Second row, Chris Gray, Corey Duckmanton, then Andrew Gregg, Samantha Sanford, Daniel McIntosh, Laurie Peterson, Sam Johnston, Bailey Clive, and Blair Smith.
Stage is set, the engines are roaring, and the tension is palpable at the Ruapuna Rumble. Paul Smith Racing presents the V6 Wingless Sprints Heat Race, where drivers go wheel to wheel in a gritty battle for supremacy. Hold on to your hats, folks, because things are about to get wild.
Here we go, out of 3 and 4 to start us off. Heat number 3 for the Wingless Sprint Rumble. Green flag flies, good start by Billy Griffiths, equally as good from Alan Bailey, but Bailey just has to suffice for second spot as Laurie Peterson gets shoved up way into the dirty stuff. So Laurie Peterson coming all the way from Auckland, he's been shoved up right up the cushion. And meanwhile, Bailey Clive, the CTRA 1NZ, starting to figure himself out as he rides the wall a wee bit there. Remember his final start in a wingless sprint. And he's looking to take out the Rumble tonight as a parting gift to the V6 Wingless Sprints. Nonetheless, Billy Griffiths holding on over Alan Bailey, and Corey Duckmanton goes around at turn 1. Everyone scurries to get around him, and the big duck takes one duck too many, and he's gone around at turn 1.
Yeah, we're frightening moment there for Corey Duckmanton. Well, he's up and running again, showing he's pretty keen to get going. And just got that car a little squirrely and around the wrong way. A little loose on that setup there, Josh, and let's see if he can adjust to driving that car a little differently in this heat.
Yeah, I think it'll set up maybe a little too loose for the track currently in its current state. Maybe just track getting a little bit more worn in, and Corey struggling with the handling of that car. We'll get these guys racing once again, and it's going to be Billy Griffiths, Alan Bailey, Andrew Gregg, Chris Gray. Those front 2 rows, green flag flies. Good start by Griffiths. He's clear of Alan Bailey going into turn 1. Daniel McIntosh getting really sideways on there into the corner, really putting an aggressive setup which requires him to use that kart, and he's putting on a pretty good performance coming all the way from Invercargill. Speaking of which, hitting a bit of a rut going into 3 and 4. Griffiths clear of Bailey, so he's got a pretty good margin at the moment. He's looking to capitalise on some points. He's had 2 heat races where he hasn't really had the pace he would have wanted to. And Bailey Clive really putting the frighteners up on the ends, on the middle of Sam Johnston and Chris Gray. And he's really starting to make his way forward as well. Of course, he's the 3rd driver in points at the moment. The closest local hope to the Luke Mclimont. And Billy Griffiths currently leading the way pretty dominantly at the moment. He could be a real threat in the V6 Wingless Sprint Rumble later on this afternoon. Mark Morris, of course, 2nd in points. I don't know if he's here this weekend. I don't think I've seen him, but he'll be looking for some points as well, because Billy Griffiths is starting to steal them away. Andrew Gregg sitting in the 3rd spot, and Daniel McIntosh, then Bailey Clive. Sam Johnston was making some real good progress earlier and has struggled to find his way through this field at the moment. They're all starting to figure themselves out. 3 laps to go for Griffiths. And Andrew Gregg goes around and the whole field piles into him. Daniel McIntosh on his side. Sam Johnston involved. Duck Manton spins to save himself, and looks like Bailey Clive clipped himself as well. So that was a big moment for Andrew Gregg. Track just a little bit slick for these V6 wingless sprints at the moment. And Andrew Gregg goes round.
Well, Andrew Gregg, not too good for you, mate. We've seen you have a couple of fairly serious accidents. That those that remember, Andrew, he had that big one at the New Zealand Sprint Car Grand Prix, but nothing too serious there by the looks of things, Josh. Daniel McIntosh on his side, but it was fairly gentle, to be quite honest. Hopefully he hasn't bent too much in that steering rack, and he'll get a restart. Corey Duck Manton scrambling as quick as he could, and same with Sam Johnson, didn't know what to do. But once you're committed to these lines, there's not much you can actually do. And that V6 wingless sprint being put to right side up, and hopefully McIntosh is not too shaken up. If he's a real racer, he'll probably get going again, I would say, Josh.
Yep, absolutely. And of course, probably the biggest crash we've had here in recent memory, other than Andrew Gregg's big wild one at the New Zealand Sprint Car Grand Prix, was Harrison Brown in the 57i. We just saw him a couple of days ago on Thursday. Had a big tumble here in one of the heat races.
The battleground of speed, where only the strongest survive. The Ruapuna Rumble is about to witness the V6 wingless sprints tear up the track in a fierce heat race brought to you by Paul Smith Racing. Get ready to feel the heat as these drivers leave it all on the line.
Here we go, folks. The final heat race of the V6 Wingless Sprint Rumble is going to be Jake Shearing and Paul Smith to lead us to green. Green flag flies. Luke Mclimont starting from the back of the field. Let's see what he can do. The 5M has been the stellar performance all weekend long. Cool hand Luke's already made up his way past Kane Jemmett, but it's Jake Shearing at the front of the field. And Luke Shearing getting all elbows out with Paul Smith. And of course, the reigning winner of this event, Luke Shearing. Mean Gene Spooner now running the high line, and Luke Mclimont goes around. So this is detrimental for Luke Mclimont's V6 Wingless Sprint Rumble chance tonight, and he stopped it. Oh. So he's got it going again, but the yellow's going to come on, and Luke Mclimont is going to be sent right to the rear of the field once again.
Well, I tell you what, folks, we all knew what was going on there. He didn't want to get that car started because he had no chance of making passes. That's a bit of track craft by Luke Mclimont. He's only lost a couple of places here, but he's certainly good enough to make a few places with just what appears to be 9 laps to go. So an unusual moment by the Auckland Flyer. So let's see how he goes in the next restart.
Yeah, Luke Mclimont been the class of the field all weekend long, looking to win his 3rd wingless sprint rumble. He's won, of course, 2 of the last 3 here at Ruapuna Speedway. We'll keep an eye on the 5M, but of course, Mean Gene Spooner and Kirk Shooter Hawkins been running the high line just in that first lap. They were running quite up the cushion, so this could be interesting. Of course, this field very jumbled up. Jake and Luke Shearing, those two pretty quick. Paul Smith, of course, the sponsor of this event. Then Mean Gene Spooner, Corey, Duck Manton, not in this one. Sorry, Kirk Shooter Hawkins in the 11C. Then Aaron Hutton, Mark Morris, and Chris Dempsey. Some really fast drivers in there, as well as Canterbury champion, Kane Jemmett.
Let's see how Cool Hand Luke handles this situation. He's surprising he's not at the back of the field there. Let's see how it goes.
Green flag flies for Jake Shearing, the 86i, leading us away from Paul Smith, Luke Shearing, then Mean Gene Spooner, and Aaron Hutton, the front five drivers, including Hutton, and Mclimont making his way past now the back of Mason Whelan. And looks like it's going to be Jake Shearing holding on to the lead over Smith. Then Luke Shearing, Gene Spooner putting in some good performance hands, and Kirk Hawkins, I'm losing it. Kirk Hawkins hits a rut there and gets all up in the air. And of course, we saw Corey Duckman running the 11C in one of the first rounds of the season after an issue with his car. And so good friendship between Kirk Hawkins and Duck Manton. And Hawkins now just being passed by Cool Hand Luke, who's now looking to the back of Aaron Hutton. Big lad in the V6 Wingless Sprint. He won his first feature race a couple of meetings ago, putting on a great performance, dominated that race, and now he's looking for the Wingless Sprint Rumble tonight. Let's see what he can do. And there goes Luke Mclimont, 2 for 1. And he gives Aaron Hutton a bit of the right rear there. And it's just gotten around Hutton and Luke Shearing with 5 laps to go for Jake Shearing. Oh, and Hawkins up and over, rumble. Oh my goodness, Kirk Hawkins rolls it down, turns 1 and 2, about 3 or 4 times. He collects Chris Bailey, Jake Shearing, and Mark Morris. That was a huge tumble for Kirk Shooter Hawkins. Red flag comes out. I'm going to stop this one here.
Well, I tell you what, folks, that was a big one, and that will shake Kirk Hawkins up for sure. Let's hope he gets out of that car safe and sound. And you never want to see it as big as that. It's exciting to watch at times, but man, to be inside one of those when that's happening, whew, pretty difficult times for the shooter for sure.
Yeah, we'll just get the safety crew over there, which they are, and we'll get hopefully Kirk extracted from that car. Look, I would say it's probably not going to be running again tonight.
I can see him moving around, which is a great sign.
Great.
And didn't see that Josh. He got to the infield by the looks of things, hooked maybe the pole line, and or a left rear, I would say. And that is as big as I've seen with a V6 wingless sprint.
Yeah, I'd have to say most likely a left rear for Kirk Hawkins. I don't think the pole line probably would launch from that far into the air. Looked maybe a bit of a 3-wide pass there that he was trying to attempt. Of course, we know Kirk is one of the best drivers in the V6 wingless sprint class, goes for some of the biggest moves, and sometimes it just doesn't end up well, and we'll look to get Kirk out of that car pretty quickly.
Chewing on a piece of grass, walking down the road. Tell me, how long you gonna stay here, Joe? Some people say this town don't look good in snow. You don't care, I know. Ventura Highway in the sunshine, where the days are.
There you go, Ruapuna. Kirk Hawkins making his way out. An absolute hero of V6 wingless sprint racing. Shaken but not stirred, old Kirk for sure. And he'll make his way to the safety of the infield. Really provided plenty of highlights over his racing career, which has expanded a number of years. TQs, midgets, V6 wingless sprints. He's been into all of it.
shining star, waiting for the early train. Sorry boy, but I've been hit by purple rain. Aw, come on Joe, you can always change your name. Thanks a lot son, just the same. Ventura Highway in the sunshine, where the days are longer, the nights are stronger than moonshine. You're gonna go, I know. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause a free wind is blowing through your hair, and the days surround your daylight there. Seasons crying, no despair. Alligator lizards in the air, in the
Well, folks, we'll get Kirk checked out at the first aid office and see how he is. No doubt he will not be racing again tonight. I can't imagine so, Josh. That car really tumbling through the air. Quite a spectacular crash, and just wouldn't slow down for a long time. You don't often see V6 wingless sprints doing that as violently as the 11C went through the air.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, V6 wingless sprints, we're not used to them flipping quite as often as, say, a midget or a sprint car. And, of course, it's good to see Kirk out of the car, and we'll get him all checked out. But you have to say, Craig, this Rumble is really bringing out the best of these drivers. They're all going for absolutely everything.
Yes, well, as you said before, it is effectively the unofficial New Zealand title for these guys. They are a regional class, so no official Speedway NZ class, but there's plenty of them racing around the country for sure. And there'd be at least 50, I would imagine, all around the country. And of course, we've got the best 28 of them here for this weekend's racing. Again, a big thank you to Smith Racing for putting up the prize money. Originally $2.5 grand for the winner, but Paul dipped into his pocket and put another 1,000 up just because he felt like it. So these guys really enjoying the high octane racing here at the Racecourse Hotel and Motor Lodge, Ruapuna Speedway.
Yeah, of course, and we're not used to seeing V6 wingless sprints going up and over too often, and generally when they do, it's usually big. So it's good to see that we've I'd hope, used our quota of big flips for the wingless sprints, and we'll get them. We'll get hopefully Kirk is all okay, and we'll get him back on track next season in the 33C.
My house in Budapest, my hidden treasure chest, golden grand piano, my beauty focused EOU. Ooh, you, ooh, I leave it all. My acres of land I've achieved. It may be hard for you to stop and believe, but for you, ooh, I leave it all. Oh, for you, ooh, I leave it all. And give me one good reason why I should never make a change. Baby, if you owe me, then all of this will go away.
Okay, folks, a return to normal service now, and of course we've all been watching Cool Hand Luke Mclimont making his way through the field. That's a car to watch out for. And Mean Gene Spooner, he's racing the 35 car. He's made his way up to third at the moment. He'll be very pleased with that. Gene only stepped into that car on Thursday night. So how many laps we got here, Josh?
6 laps to go in this one, 4 laps in the books. So looks like a long way to go yet for these V6 wingless sprints in this final heat race of the night, and we've had drama across these heat races. Of course, Harrison Brown took a tumble on Thursday night, and now Kirk Hawkins also taking his own tumble, and we'll hope all is okay with Kirk there, and we'll get these guys back racing very shortly. But of course, it's been Luke Mclimont, Cool Hand Luke, the dominant force of this V6 wingless sprint rumble so far. He's won every heat but one. He's been racing in, so let's see how they go. Green flag flies for Jake Shearing, leading us away, and then it's following him Paul Smith, then Luke Shearing, Mean Gene Spooner, Mark Morris, and Luke Mclimont. So Gene Spooner trying to make his way around the reigning winner of the V6 Wingless Sprint Rumble, Luke Shearing, and Luke Mclimont, the two-time winner of this event, looking for his third. Now trying to make his way around the second in points, Mark Morris. So storylines are plenty here at the V6 Wingless Sprint Rumble, and Chris Bailey goes around but saves it. That was very lucky from the driver of the 78C, Dolly Rose. Chris Bailey will be resuming the charge from the back of the field as the battle's on between Jake Shearing and Paul Smith. Shearing messes up. Here comes Paul Smith. So Paul Smith looking to take out a heat race tonight. The sponsor of this event, we give thanks to Paul Smith Racing for this title sponsorship and adding the $3,000 prize for winning this event. And Luke Mclimont getting stuck in a bit of traffic. He's still stuck in the 6th position, just trying to fend off Aaron Hutton and getting past Mark Morris is a bit of a challenge for him at the moment. 2 laps to go for Paul Smith. Then Jake Shearing, Mean Gene Spooner coming under some pressure from Luke Shearing, and then Mark Morris. Here goes Cool Hand Luke around the outside on Mark Morris. White flag flies for Paul Smith. Can Paul Smith get his name on a heat race win tonight? Let's see, and Jake Shearing goes around, so that should put us under a restart potentially, or we'll wait and see what the Speedway NZ officials have to say about that, but it looks to be Paul Smith leading and Jake Shearing going around.
Yeah, just a handful of laps to go, and Jake Shearing, after leading for a long time in that race, actually turns his car up around the wrong way, and that'll be a real impediment to his points haul in this heat for sure. But it was Paul Smith making the best of the mistake that Shearing made and shot himself off to the lead. Of course, this brings Gene Spooner into contention. And for those that were watching Mark Morris, the 4C, it was him and Luke Mclimont banging wheels here for a couple of corners. So lots to play out here, folks, with just a few laps to go.
I'll give you the good news and the bad news, Craig.
Yep.
The good news, we've got 2 laps for another restart, so this is going to get cracking. Bad news for Paul Smith, he's got Gene Spooner right behind him.
Exactly. So a good result for Mean Gene Spooner, and he'll be looking to make a big, swift pass on that first corner or two.
Yep, absolutely. Of course, Gene Spooner, no stranger to these cars. We've seen him in a sprint car, but long before that, he was in a wingless sprint. Let's see what they can do. Going down the MPD 100% fuel start finish line. Green flag flies for another 2 laps. Paul Smith holding on over Gene Spooner, then Luke Shearing. Here comes Cool Hand Luke round the outside on Luke Shearing. And Gene Spooner now looking to the outside of Paul Smith as well. This could be interesting with 1 lap to go for the final heat race at the V6 Wingless Sprint Rumble here at Ruapuna Speedway. Paul Smith leading it out over Gene Spooner, Luke Shearing, Luke Mclimont. Smith holding on through 3 and 4 at the moment, and he's going to take the checkered flag. Paul Smith of Smith Racing takes out the checkered flag and wins the final heat race of the night for the V6 Wingless Sprints. Then Mean Gene Spooner, and it's going to be then Cool Hand Luke Mclimont. Luke Shearing looks like he might have an issue there, and he's pulling off to the infield, and Mark Morris in the 5th spot.
Well, a very eventful heat there, folks, with Shooter Hawkins tipping his car up. Plenty of restarts there, but our sponsor for the event, Paul Smith and Smith Racing, taking out a heat win here at the Racecourse Hotel and Motor Lodge, Ruapuna Speedway. Well, there you go, Louise. The sponsor takes out a heat race. A great memory for Paul at the Racecourse Hotel and Motor Lodge, Ruapuna Speedway.
Congratulations, Paul. That was a bit of a long one with that red throw in there in the middle, but you and Shearing had a good battle, able to come away with a heat win here.
Yeah, look, it's a great weekend and fantastic for 24 cars to turn up for the wingless sprints. And just to thank the club and the track crew and everyone for their great work.
Congratulations. Paul Smith takes out the last qualifying heat race for tonight's Smith Racing Wingless Sprint Rumble.
ready to tackle every turn. Get ready for a wild ride.
Well, folks, welcome to Thunderdome as the lights go down. Certainly getting more impressive as the night comes on. Josh, let's get the grid draws for our TQs.
Yep, so starting on at the front row, 47C, Jess Morris, good opportunity for her to put some solid performances in tonight. Then alongside her, the 97C, Cameron Soul, behind them, Rebecca Bugler, Tim Yellowlees, then the 11K of Jeremy Webb, then Aaron Finlay, Jason Graham, Tyler Warnock, then it's going to be the 36C of Scott Bailey, then Isabel Clark in 9th and 10th. Marty Knight, the Southbridge sausage stuffer, lines up alongside Jamie Booth, then Logan Scammell, Sean Shilton, and Ricky Brett.
So lots to watch out for here, folks. The tiny wee cars navigating some of those potholes will be interesting. Looks like we're about to go racing, Josh.
Absolutely. Another 10 laps. Heat for the TQs tonight. Green flag flies. Good start by Jess Morris. Here comes Cameron Soul right around the outside. So Soul and Morris duking it out going into turn one, and Morris holds on, but here comes Soul back to the inside. Cameron Soul looking to lick his chops here, and he does that, and he takes off with the lead ahead of Jess Morris. Then behind Morris is Aaron Finlay, making up a couple of places off the start. He's looking right around the outside. Tyler Warnock making his move right around the outside on Rebecca Bugler. Now looking for 2 for 1. Here he goes around the outside on Tim Yellowlees. The 33C Wanted car playing a stellar performance all year long when he hasn't been hampered by engine issues. And keep your eye on the 33C car. And it's going to be Cameron Soul putting on a pretty stellar performance at the front though. All to play for the midfield. Jeremy Webb, Scott Bailey, Tim Yellowlees finding it out. Webb just, set up problems with that car. He slides up the track, and here goes Tim Yellowlees. Isabel Clark getting in the mix as well, and Ricky Brett riding the wall on the exit of turns 2. So Ricky Brett, the ex-New Zealand TQ champion and first heat winner, riding the wall, getting his elbows out a wee bit as Tim Yellowlees rides the pole line a wee bit and jumps the cushion and almost goes up and over there, lucky to keep it on the ground as Tim Yellowlees, the 5C Valvoline car. Cameron Soul sponsored as we have a crash at turn 3 and 4. Tim Yellowlees, Marty Knight, and Logan Scammell. Looks to me potentially maybe Tim Yellowlees win around as he's facing the wrong direction, and Marty Knight and Logan Scammell just caught up in that.
Yeah, all those cars getting hooked up in some of that rough part of the track there. Looks like it's fairly gentle from the spectator's point of view, but some of those holes would be 8 to 10 inches deep, and some of these wheels are only 10 inches. So let's see if we can get all cars started. Tim Yellowlees looks like he'll be okay, and Marty Knight will get a restart as well. Cameron Soul going particularly well at the moment. Cameron took a very big tumble here 3 or 4 meetings ago, got that car all straightened up and going as well as ever. He has got the fastest lap time here of 16.34 seconds. Not a particularly fast track tonight, but certainly the racing's exciting. And Cameron Soul will be wanting to get home with 6 more laps to go.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course these TQs offering some of the best racing here at Ruapuna Speedway over the past couple of seasons, and of course Tyler Warnock posting on his Facebook page just a wee bit ago that the track was a bit wet down the bottom, and then there's some big holes in the middle, so really tricky track for these drivers to navigate tonight. Let's see what Jess Morris and Cameron Soul can do as they're the front row, and of course Morris did a really good job there, holding off Cameron Soul for a couple of corners, and then Cameron Soul completely took the lead and stormed away with it. But they do have some really fast contenders behind them. Aaron Finlay, the 38C, and Tyler Warnock, the 33C, as well as Scott Bailey and Jeremy Webb, the New Zealand TQ champion, the 5-time TQ champion, of course, and then behind them, the all-girls fourth row of Rebecca Bugler and Isabel Clark. Let's get them back underway. Green flag flies. Good start by Jess Morris. She's already cleared herself of Cameron Soul, so fantastic start for Jess Morris. So Morris over Soul. Here comes Tyler Warnock. Warnock runs right around the top side on Cameron Soul. Here he comes round the outside on Morris as well. Has to kind of settle for second at that point. Wasn't enough momentum for Warnock to make the pass. As it all goes haywire in the midfield, Isabel Clark gets all squirrely and almost loses it as she forces Logan Scammell to ride the wall halfway through the track there. And here comes Tyler Warnock, the 133C car. Couple of engine issues plagued these guys all season long. They've won features, and then when they haven't been winning features, they've been suffering with engine problems. So here's hoping Tyler Warnock can sort those engine issues out, and it looks like they have over the past couple of days, and he takes a lead away over Jess Morris. Then Logan Scammell sits in the latter positions of this field, sitting behind Jamie Booth, as we get Cameron Soul, Aaron Finlay, Jeremy Webb, those guys starting to sort themselves out. 2 laps to go for Tyler Warnock, looking for a good grid position for the feature tonight. Jeremy Webb looking to the inside on Cameron Soul. Webb looking strong on the bottom. Soul trying to hold him off on the top. Let's see who's going to prevail as we got 1 lap to go for Tyler Warnock. Warnock been competitive all night long. Made up a couple of places in heat number 1. And now is going to take out heat number 2 tonight. Tyler Warnock takes the checkered flag and wins heat number 2 of the TQs tonight, followed by Jess Morris. Really good result for her. Then Jeremy Webb over Cameron Soul, Aaron Finlay, Scott Bailey, Ricky Brett, Rebecca Bugler, Logan Scammell, and Jamie Booth.
Yeah, great result for Tyler Warnock, making his way through the field, eventually getting past Jess Morris after she put in some really good laps. Jeremy Webb got that car sorted out for third. It's ill handling is the 11K for sure, but Jeremy's ability navigating through some tricky track conditions, and a good result for him. But Tyler Warnock, congratulations to you, taking out a heat race here at the Racecourse Hotel and Motor Lodge, Ruapuna Speedway.
Sprints to unleash their fury in the heat race, courtesy of Paul Smith Racing. Brace yourselves for a spectacle of speed, skill, and sheer determination.
Well, of course, it is the sprint car heat coming up, not the V6 wingless sprint. AJ, how the grid's looking?
Yeah, grid's Ryan O'Connor in the 98 from 1. Jonathan Allard in the Daltons for USA from 2. Grid number 3, the 46 of Max Guilford. No grid number 4, that was Paul Donovan. No grid number 5. And then we go to Caleb Bourne in the 95 from 6. Grid number 7, 17C, Dylan Forsey. And Michael Pickens in the 54 will start from grid number 8. From 9, the 57 Ian of Connor Rangi, outside of him, the 15C of Brad Mosen. And then the back row, we have got 47 Marcus Dumsney from Australia, former Australian champion, subbing for Zach Sokol.
Can the awful Aussie steal the loot? He's certainly going to make a big fist of it. Hopefully he's got his setup sorted out in this sprint car for this race. AJ.
Yeah, here we go. Heat number 3. Let's send them away. Big start from Allard. Allard starting to chase the dirt on the top side. Then we look back, it's Ryan O'Connor. Behind him, Max Guilford in the Anderson Motorsport 46. Michael Pickens, he's gone up to the dirt in the CRC car. And you watch for him to start making some big inroads. It's Allard, O'Connor, and then Daniel Anderson's car being driven by Max Guilford. A little bit of a puff of smoke from the Daltons 4. Oh, that brings back some memories. Big move by Guilford, up into second spot as he went under Ryan O'Connor. Behind him, we've got the Christchurch drivers, the 95 of Caleb Bourne and 17, Dylan Forsey. Geez, Allard has certainly got the wick well and truly turned up. Fastest lap time of the day so far. And it goes to Allard at a 13.974. Pickens now comes down low, mixing and matching. Oh, big wheelie from Pickens. He just about came unstuck, left the door for the 17C of Dylan Forsey. Jonathan Allard wants the big paycheck, and is he showing it? Because it is tight as tight at the top of the point standings. So it's Allard, Guilford, the 98 of Ryan O'Connor, 17 Forsey, Pickens. Then we look back, the 95 of Caleb Bourne. Marcus Dumsney not having a memorable race meeting in that 47 car. Forsey coming under some real pressure from Michael Pickens. And it's a battle royal going on a little further back in the field between Caleb Bourne, Connor Rangi. Rangi just hits a bit of a rut, but that slides him out across the face of Caleb Bourne. White flag, 1 to go. Jonathan Allard has served notice. He wants his name on the big winner's check in the R&R Duff Sprint Car Gold Cup. Checkered flag flies, Allard takes a win. Closing quickly was Max Guilford. Don't ride him off. Then we go back to the 98 of Ryan O'Connor. Dylan Forsey in the 17, crosses the line in 4th. Then it's Michael Pickens. Connor Rangi, the 57 car. Well, Jonathan Allard has certainly shown a few of his cards in that one.
Yeah, we all held our breath, didn't we, when we seen that oil overflow. We've seen him blow a couple of motors here at Ruapuna Speedway, but a great result by the 4 USA of Jonathan Allard. Max Guilford was a fast approaching. He had the fastest lap time too, by the way, 13.8 seconds. But congratulations to you, Jonathan. You've taken out a heat win here tonight. Well, Louise, he's really playing for keeps here, isn't he? Jonathan Allard, that Dalton's 4 USA, looks good on the track, and he's certainly a fast driver to go with it.
A lot of Jonathan Allard fans down here at the track. Jonathan, you didn't have a lot of challenge in that one. You seem to have the top side pretty figured out.
Yeah, it's a fast place to be right now. We've got a great car. This thing goes anywhere. Just fortunate enough to drive it. We just got to keep our pace up. I know there's a lot of good racers that's going to be in this field in the main, so hopefully we can keep our chin up and keep going straight.
Congratulations, Jonathan Allard, picking up a heat win tonight ahead of the R&R Duff Gold Cup.
Yeah, well, plenty of fun being had here at the Racecourse Hotel and Motor Lodge, Ruapuna Speedway. Every young kid enjoying a good night out, and of course those big fireworks coming up a little later on. Josh, you were our pit side eye. A few updates to keep our fans informed.
Yep, just spoke to Dylan Forsey a while ago, and they've been fighting a bit of a fueling issue, so they've got that all sorted out, of course, being involved in that last heat, which is all good and well. Paul Denson ran out a bit of brakes, and he'll be back out in the feature. And then Travis Buckley, they've got the engine covers also. Unsure as to what what's happening there. Maybe something engine related. We'll wait and see what happens over the next couple of races.
Okay, good to keep abreast of all those updates, and our sprint cars, the 900 horsepower big bangers, are coming to the track, and it's always exciting here, AJ, watching these guys going around.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great spectacle, isn't it? The Thunder and Lightning Brigade, and Ruapuna very much the home of some of the biggest events. This Sprint Car Gold Cup has been running for a good number of years. This is the 22nd edition of it, and they all want to get their name on the trophy. Quickly, we'll give you the grid position. Starting off the front row, all on his lonesome, will be the 55K of Daniel Thomas. Row number 2, the 99 out of Southbridge, Dave Kerr, and beside him the 78C, Matthew Levisage. Matt Honeywell in the 64 from grid 5, and then Jacob McIntyre, the Toast of the South, in the 88i from 6. From grid number 7, Christian Hermanson in the 99M, beside him Jamie Larson in the 3NZ. The Duff man, Jamie Duff, got a huge amount of work to do there from grid number 9. And another one who's looking down the barrel a bit, Stephen Taylor in the 9 from 10. Then we've got Sean Ashton in the 73 from 11. Rounding out the field is Joel Myers Jr. Sit down and hold on, folks. With sprint cars, it's not a throttle, it is a detonator, and they're about to explode. Here they go. Oh, it's on for young and old, a bit further back in the field. You can feel the tension as we lead up to the big Sprint Car Gold Cup final. But leading the way, it is Daniel Thomas in the 55. Behind him, Dave Kerr, the 78 of Matt Levisage. Oh, Honeywell certainly starting to defy gravity and bouncing all over the shop. Joel Myers Jr. be keen to unshackle himself from the back of the field. Bit of a hole starting to come up in turn number 1. Dave Kerr's struck problems. He's got way out into the heavy stuff and been spat out of the leaders pack. That's Daniel Thomas, Matthew Levisage, McIntyre. Then look at the next 3. We've got Hermanson, Larson, and Dave Kerr. Here comes Stephen Taylor and Jamie Duff. They've got a lot of work to do, but not as much work as Joel Myers Jr., who is trapped way in the back of the traffic. Duff and Myers get together, fighting over the same bit of real estate. While all that goes on, Daniel Thomas just leads them all a merry dance, followed by Matthew Levisage. What a drive being put in by Jacob McIntyre. It's certainly getting wild and woolly out there now. Christian Hermanson moved up into that 3rd spot. That shuffles McIntyre back into 4th. Then we've got behind him Larson, Taylor, Myers, Kerr, Duff, Honeywell and Ashton. But the guy certainly conducting this high-speed orchestra is Daniel Thomas. Very talented driver from the Waikato area. He was exceptional in midgets, but very, very good in sprint cars. Matthew Levisage, his best showing of the week, sitting there in that 2nd spot right now. There's one more lap to go. Levisage in 2nd. Hermanson in 3rd. 4th, we've got McIntyre. Then it's Larson. Taylor fighting the wild bull. Checkered flag flies for Daniel Thomas. He's going to take out the win from Matthew Levisage. Then it's Christian Hermanson, the 88i of Jacob McIntyre, the 3 of Jamie Larson. Behind Larson, Stephen Taylor, Joel Myers Jr., Jamie Duff, Dave Kerr, Matt Honeywell, and rounding out the field, Sean Ashton.
Well, I tell you what, Ruapuna is getting very hairy out there, isn't it? Those leaders having to negotiate turns 1 and 2, getting caught up in that heavy dirt. We watched Dave Kerr's car almost bogged down going up the wall there. So the grip to be found nice and wide, but you pay a penalty if you get it all wrong. But what a great result for Daniel Thomas, 14.32. He had the fastest lap time. Matthew Levisage having to hang on for dear life at times. He managed to get second, and Christian Hermanson in for third. Congratulations to you, Daniel. A good heat win here tonight. Well, Louise, I know Daniel enjoys racing at Ruapuna Speedway, but a couple of hairy moments in turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, the track's still proving to be a little bit technical there, Daniel, but you wouldn't have seen Jonathan Allard in that last heat, but you drove pretty much exactly how he did, found the top side for both ends for majority of the race there and picking up a very solid heat win with a large advantage over second place.
Yeah, I got told what he did in the heat before, so I kind of knew what I was going to do out there, but yeah, it's getting pretty treacherous up there, so had a couple of moments up there, but just want to say hi to my wife and kids watching this, so they had to fly home unfortunately, and yeah, can't wait to get back there.
Next up is, of course, the 30-lap R&R Duff Sprint Car Gold Cup, and Daniel Thomas should be sitting pretty well in the points now, picking up that heat win.
Barred battle on the asphalt of the Thunderdome, where legends are made and dreams are shattered in the City South Van Spares Midget Gold Cup. With drivers hungry for victory, every corner becomes a battlefield and every straightaway a test of nerve. In this heat race, expect sparks to fly as competitors push themselves to the limit in pursuit of greatness.
Grid positions today's heat race. Number 3 for the midget cars. Starting off the front row by himself will be Mitch Hill. Row number 2, the 4 of Sam McCrenna and 5 of Scott Miller. From grid number 5, Michael Pickens in the 54 and Mitch Fabish in the 3 NZ from 6. From grid number 7, 54, Jack Lowe, Alec Insley in the 71A from 8. And then we round the field out. Grid number 9, the 45 of Ben Morgan, Trent Way in the 9A. We'll start from grid number 10. Yeah, the top side of the racetrack probably just a little bit heavy from the rain of the last couple of days, which is why it's just not working its way into the system for the drivers. Well, how long before the yellow light comes on from that one? Trent Way, yeah.
Well, you had to laugh. An audacious start there by Trent Way. I'm not sure what was going on, but certainly there'll be a restart here. He'll get a warning for that for sure, and we'll rack and stack these ones, AJ.
Yeah, I think they'll let him restart from grid number 10. There he was. First place by the start-finish line. Okay, right, we'll get that yellow light out. Let's see if we can send them away this time. It is the third midget car heat race of the afternoon come evening here at the Racecourse Hotel and Motor Lodge, Ruapuna Speedway. Trent, oh wait, he looked like he's going to try it again. Down low, Mitch Hill, Michael Pickens up top side in the CRC car. Jack Lowe chasing him. Oh, poor old Scotty Miller, he's in the wars at the back of the field in the V4 Chev. So it's Mitch Hill, Michael Pickens. Everyone's starting to run a little more tentatively than they were earlier in the show. Jack Lowe sitting there in that third spot with Mitch Fabish in the 3NZ and the 71 of Alec Insley running side by side. Mitch Hill still leading them, but Michael Pickens just poised to make the big pounce in that CRC machine. Mitch Hill running a very cunning race. There's a couple of parts of the track that is certainly causing the drivers to really dig deep and think. Pickens has found a good run there through the town bend past the Stadium Finance Hospitality area. What that did was made Hill go a little bit defensively. That left the door wide open for Michael Pickens. Pickens regains his spot at the front. Jack Lowe back there in third. Alec Insley applying the blowtorch. Then we go back to Mitch Fabish, who's got the 45 of Ben Morgan in behind him. And we round out the field with Trent Way and Scott Miller. Laps countdown, just 4 more to go. And some of that heavy rain that we've had over the last couple of days has undone a couple of parts of the racetrack. Jack Lowe, very uncharacteristically, running just the bottom part of the track. Maybe the top has just got nothing to offer at this stage. When we come to the 30-lap features for midgets and sprint, some of them are going to have to go up there. Here we go, white flag for Michael Pickens. Mitch Hill has been very polished in the wheel of the Lumsden Motorsport XB4. Checkered flag falls, another heat race win for Pickens. Mitchell Hill in second, Jack Lowe in third, Alec Insley in fourth. Then we go back to Mitch Fabish, Ben Morgan, the 9 of Trent Way, and Scott Miller in the 5 car rounding out the field.
Well, there you go, our 10 times New Zealand midget car champion tiptoeing his way through a fairly slick track at the moment. That track will come back a little bit later in the evening, but the 54C Michael Pickens CRC sponsored midget takes out another heat win here at the Racecourse Hotel and Motor Lodge, Ruapuna Speedway. Well, there you go, folks.
Row. The 57 end of Jamie Brown will start from grid number 3 with Ben Smith's 67C from grid number 4. Grid 5 will be the 9M of Peter Honeybell and the 1NZ of Brad Mosen in the 6 car. Jeremy Webb in the K&T Drainage 88 from 7. Beside him could well be Travis Buckley. Yeah, there he is in the Buckley Systems Esslinger car. He starts from grid number 8. Back 2 cars, the 24 of Morgan McHugh and 10 Paul Denson.
Well, folks, just a reminder that 50-50 ticket is still unclaimed at the moment. Red ticket 10656. 10656. $1,280 for you to come and collect up at the commentary box. Well, as the midgets get prepared for their next heat race. I can see the grid draws have come through for the Salute to Goody and the Gold Cup there, AJ. We'll reveal those a little bit later, but certainly there's some heavyweight drivers knocking on the front row grids for sure.
Yeah, you bet it is, and with so much money up for grabs, it is going to get frantic out there. There's no doubt about that. Perhaps we're lucky that we've got some really seasoned pros in the front couple of 3 rows that can try and settle things down, but then you've got the dance of the desperates as they filter right through to grid number 20.
So Jeremy Webb is in this heat, of course, and he's up against Brad Mosen. Jeremy went pretty well in his last heat. Brad Mosen will be looking to make a couple of fast manoeuvres there on the likes of Ben Smith, but Ben Smith is a bit wily, isn't he, AJ? Better than we think.
Yeah, absolutely he is. Sat out several seasons and made his return last weekend in that KH Fabrication 67 car, and he's absolutely McLoving the intensity of racing against the big guns. Green flag flies. It's the 21 of Wilkie down low. Ben Smith up high, and Smith gets his nose in front as they make their way down through the Stadium Finance Prison Bend. One who is not afraid of getting up there on the top side is Brad Mosen in the 1NZ car. 2 South Island boys doing a good job of it at the front of the field. That's Ben Smith in the 67. Here comes Mosen. Boy, he just about took off then with 4 off the floor. Down low, the 21 of Nathan Wilkie. Here comes Jeremy Webb in the 88 car. Got his hands full. A big battle with Peter Honeybell in that 9 machine. Ben Smith, such a natural talent in the Speedway cars. Just looking oh so good there, leading them around. That's 4 laps down. Mosen took another big bite out of the track then. Honeybell, he's going to try the top side. See if he can just start shifting some of that dirt. A big move here by Travis Buckley. Up there into 4th spot. Honeybell's going to come back at him. That's going to shuffle him back. And Mosen come down to the bottom of the racetrack now. He is starting to make some real progress. Got a lot of work to do to catch up with Ben Smith in that 67 car. Jeremy Webb muscled his way through the field. Now sitting there in second in that K&T drainage machine. Mosen gets into a little bit of conflict there with Nathan Wilkie. Wilkie's not afraid to stir things up, but it's come at his cost because he's drifted back to 6th position right now. Oh, Ben Smith coming under some real heat from Jeremy Webb. It's Smith up high, Webb down low. Webb, one of the winningest drivers here in Ruapuna's 62 seasons, and he is just going to show a clean pair of tyres to Ben Smith, and Mosen's coming back into it as well. Oh boy, he has certainly had a mixed bag in this heat race. So it's Jeremy Webb, Brad Mosen, Ben Smith. He's done well to hang on to a front-running position for such a big part of the journey. Checkered flag's going to come out. Jeremy Webb's going to take the win. Brad Mosen in second. Third will be Ben Smith. Then we go back to Peter Honeybell, the 7 of Travis Buckley. Morgan McHugh, Nathan Wilkie, and rounding out the field is Jamie Brown.
Well, what an interesting race that was, Ruapuna. We watched Brad Mosen go to the high part of the track initially. He got bumped around and had to really regather himself, managed to get himself up to second, but Jeremy Ware put it all together. A pretty good drive by the 88C car, and a great result for him and his sponsor. And Ben Smith, you did pretty well, mate. You held on for about 6 or 7 laps, and those fast guys started to gobble you up at the end, but congratulations to Jeremy Webb.
tonight.
Well, of course, it is the quarter midget feature race, and a good field here, Josh.
Absolutely, we've got a very special front row. Brooke Clark in her final ever quarter midget start will start on the pole, and alongside her, Jack Brownley is behind them. Darcy Rasmussen, Jackson Clark, then Caden Simmons and Ryan Gallagher. Georgia Lewis, Jack Reed, and then Isabel Harris, Miller Johnson. Dakota Green, Courtney Ashton, Zane Hinton and Isabel Hendry round off our field. How special would it be for Brooke Clark to get her first quarter midget feature win in her final ever start? Let's see if she can do that against the CTRA 1NZ of Jack Brownleys. Here we go. On the back straight to start off the final quarter midget feature of the night. The final quarter midget feature of the season. And for the young lads, this will be the finale. See who's going to come on top tonight. Brooke Clark, Jack Brownleys, green flag flies. Good start by Jack Brownleys. Brooke Clark has to cede the lead. Brownleys takes over into turn one. Caden Simmons drops a wee bit back as Brooke Clark struggling, and she gets turned by Darcy Rasmussen a little bit. Looks like she's got issues, and her final quarter midget start will come to an end. Brooke Clark is off on the infield. That's really unfortunate luck for her. Nonetheless, Jack Brownleys ahead of Jackson Clark, Caden Simmons, Ryan Gallagher, the front four, and yellow comes out. We've got one around Isabel Harris, just outside of the turn four area. The former mini stock driver has looped it around the Exodus Man sponsored car.
Yeah, Isabel Harris just getting pulled to the infield there. Very unfortunate moment there for Isabel Clark. It looks like there was mechanical gremlins there, as you say, in her last feature race. So a disappointing end to her evening this evening. Jack Brownley's got off to a pretty good start. And Ryan Gallagher, pretty impressed by this kid. He's going very well. Haven't seen too much of him. And Georgia Lewis, congratulations to you up in third spot already. But this may well be a full restart, Josh.
Yep, absolutely. We'll just keep an eye on this. It looks like it potentially may be, as it we've got Brownleys lining up alongside Jackson Clark. I think they'll probably shuffle things around with obviously the infield movers of Isabel Harris and Brooke Clark. So the SN Racing team, of course, their sole hopes now lie on Jackson Clark. He's been an absolute superstar this season. He's won 2 feature races, 2 heat races, and he's been really the one putting the pressure on Jack Brownleys when the Thompson boys from Greymouth aren't here to challenge him. So let's see what Jackson Clark can do tonight in the 54C Shore Building car. So Jack Brownleys, the Access Man 23C, looking for another feature win. Again, that recent run of form has been dampened by Jackson Clark. So let's see these 2 fastest quarter midget drivers in Canterbury. Who's going to come out on top? Green flag flies. And Ryan Gallagher gets a really good start. He's already right up the back of Jackson Clark, as is Darcy Rasmussen. But it's going to be Jack Brownleys leading us away for a full restart procedure. So we're going to reset 6 laps. And here comes Jackson Clark. A little bit of, maybe a bit of a bump and run attempt there from Jackson Clark. Gets to the right rear quarter panel of Jack Brownleys and has to back out of that one. Otherwise you'd make a bit of contact there. Brownleys leading us away over Jackson Clark, Darcy Rasmussen. Rasmussen, a CTRA 2NZ as Jackson Clark gets really up into the dirty stuff. Hits a bit of a hole, I think, and this car went out from under him. And he loses that spot to Darcy Rasmussen. More holes in the area there for Jackson Clark that he's hitting. So he's got to really pick and choose his lines to keep that car on the track. And Jack Brownley's maybe similar. He's slid up way up the track. So Jackson Clark in the 3rd spot. Jack Brownley's leading us away from Darcy Rasmussen. So the current CTRA 1NZ, 2NZ leading the pack here at Ruapuna Speedway tonight. Let's see what they can do with just 2 laps to go for Jack Brownleys. He's been an absolute superstar all season, as has the man behind him, Darcy Rasmussen. He's closing the gap. This could be a fight to the finish between the 23C and the 71C. Who's going to take this one out tonight for the final quarter midget feature of the season? White flag flies for Jack Brownleys over Darcy Rasmussen. Jackson Clark pretty much out of the picture at the moment. Let's see, can Darcy Rasmussen make a last-ditch effort to secure the win here tonight? He closes the gap, but it's not going to be enough. Checkered flag flies. Jack Brownleys takes out the final quarter midget feature of the season, and behind him, Darcy Rasmussen, Jackson Clark. Ryan Gallagher, fantastic result, top 5 for him. And then Caden Simmons, another good result for him. Georgia Lewis, and then Miller Johnson, as well as Dakota Rogers-Green, a good start for her.
Yeah, Jack Brownleys, what a great night to win it. Our final meeting of the year, and Jack's been very consistent all year. The 23C car gets his way to victory lane once again. Pretty good results there for Darcy Rasmussen, and Jackson Clark really climbing through some of those big ruts and managed to hold on for third, so a good result for him. But you can't take it away from Jack Brownleys. He's our champion tonight.
Then the man steps right up to the microphone and says at last, just as the time bell rings, good night, now it's time to go home. Then he makes it fast with one more thing. We are the Sultans. We are the Sultans of Swing.
There he is, Ruapuna, Jack Brownleys. Let's help him celebrate his feature race victory tonight. And we are so often used to seeing Jack in victory lane. But a real professional young driver for sure. Destined to go on to do big things, perhaps next year or the year after. TQs, midgets and sprint cars all beckoning for this young fella. Well, Louise, a great moment for Jack Brownleys. We see him often in victory lane, but it's pretty special for the last meeting of the season.
Jack, back in victory lane tonight for the last meeting here at Ruapuna Speedway. Obviously, as well, clinching the season points, so congratulations to you. And you had Darcy coming up pretty hard there behind you, but able to finish ahead of him there.
Yeah, we knew we had to go out strong. Just like to thank all the competitors, all the crowd that came out today. What an event it has been. All my season, all year, it's been great, battling for all the drivers. I just can't do without all my sponsors, especially Access Man, Inflatable World, Hammonds, Impact, Dyes Road ITM, Waghorn Builders, H3 Construction, GP Properties, Endicott Trust, Apex Group, Bruce Clive and Chapman Agriculture. Cheers to everyone that helped and all the track staff of the Mint Track. Cheers.
Tonight's quarter midget feature winner, Jack Brownleys.
We are the Sultans of Swing.
Well, folks, we're on the countdown to feature race time. Of course, we've got our 3 big features. This is the undercard, the TQ feature race. This will be over 15 laps. And remember, kids, we've got the fireworks coming up after our last sprint car race of the night.
Get ready for the feature race of the 3/4 midgets. Top contenders battle for glory. It's all or nothing on the track tonight.
Here we go, TQ feature race. Time to throw the green flag. Good start from Warnock. Little contact with Ricky Brett though. So Tyler Warnock in second place, Ricky Brett leading us away. Jess Morris sitting in the 5th or so spot. She's lost a place or two to Jeremy Webb, I believe. It's made up a lot of places already off the start. So Jeremy Webb, the 5-time current TQ champion, moving up to the 4th spot. Ricky Brett, the ex-New Zealand TQ champion, holding on to the lead over Tyler Warnock. Then it's Scott Bailey behind them. A little bit of a duke battle going on between Scammell, Morris and Booth. Logan Scammell looking to get around Jamie Booth, and he does that. Now his next car in line of sight is Jess Morris, Rebecca Bugler, and looks like it's going to be the 15 GM of Sean Shilton battling it out in the midfield there. Is Jess Morris trying to hold out Jamie Booth and Logan Scammell. Booth and Scammell, those two not giving each other any inches as they continue to battle it out. Ricky Brett storming away with this one with 4 laps in the books ahead of Tyler Warnock. And then Scott Bailey and Jeremy Webb. We've got a yellow as we got one around. Tim Yellow leads. And the 5C Valvoline entry has dropped it, and he is at the back of the pack now.
Yeah, Tim Yellow-Lee's just getting it all wrong there and getting his car spun around. But what a great start by Ricky Brett. 16.13, his fastest lap. That happens to be the fastest so far. And Tyler Warnock, of course, this will be a real grudge race between these two guys. Very evenly matched for sure.
Absolutely, this is going to get Tyler Warnock up to the, up alongside Ricky Brett. This could give him another opportunity to reclaim what he lost on that start, and that was close position with Ricky Brett. So let's see what Brett, Warnock, Bailey and Webb, I think, are the front 4 contenders for this one. Let's see what they're going to be able to do tonight. Going to take them around the back straight and on to 3 and 4. To get us going once again for the TQ feature race before we hit our 3 big feature races of Speed Week. Green flag flies, and again Ricky Brett steals the lead away over Tyler Warnock, and Scott Bailey starting to come up with these guys, as is Jeremy Webb. So it's Brett from Warnock. Warnock starting to close that gap. So Brett hasn't got as stellar of a start as he did the last time. So Ricky Brett from Tyler Warnock, Scott Bailey, Jeremy Webb. And it looks like Aaron Finlay trying to get his way around Marty Knight. Switches to the inside as does Finlay. He's a feature winner here at Ruapuna Speedway. And he's dropped off the pace a wee bit there. Had to back out and checked up Cameron Soul and the cars behind him. So meanwhile, 5 laps in the books for Ricky Brett. And this is a 15-lap feature, of course, so we've got now 9 laps to go for the 9C car. And it looks like Aaron Finlay is really struggling to get past the 98 car of Marty Knight. As it looks like Jess Morris coming under a bit of pressure from Logan Scammell. Jeremy Webb trying to put some pressure on Scott Bailey. Jess Morris holding on strong over Logan Scammell, but she has a little moment exiting turns 2. That could open the door for Scammell. Jeremy Webb, Scott Bailey, those two hanging it dry. And let's see what these guys can do. Going through 1 and 2, looks like Scott Bailey's got the advantage, but Jeremy Webb comes back using the momentum off the corner. Tyler Warnock, and we got a yellow, and I'm not 100% sure as to what that is. It looks like, Tim Yellow leads, so he'll be parked up into the infield for that one. Did notice that his brakes were glowing, so he may be struggling a bit with brakes, and at this time it looks like, well, brakes aren't a factor because he's looped it around, just exiting off the corner. And straight to the infield will be Tim Yellowlees.
Didn't catch that one, but looks like he got up on the wall and turned inwards, so lucky not to tip that car up. But yes, he will retire to the infield for sure. Ricky Brett will have to survive another challenge by Tyler Warnock, the ominous Jeremy Webb, and the 36 of Scott Bailey.
Yeah, Jeremy Webb's looming large there as well, as is Scott Bailey, and Cameron Soul off to the infield, so continued issues for the 97C. Of course, we saw him have that big tumble here a couple of meetings ago. No such tumble for him this weekend, but what is going to tumble is this lead advantage for Ricky Brett. And Tyler Warnock doesn't get as good of a start as you'd like. He sits into the second spot. And it's currently Ricky Brett over Tyler Warnock, Scott Bailey. Then here comes Jeremy Webb right around the outside of Scott Bailey. Can Webb make the pass? He's trying to the outside. Feels like that's better momentum for him as Aaron Finlay has made his way around Logan Scammell and Marty Knight at the front. Ricky Brett, 7 laps to go, now 6 for the ex-New Zealand TQ champion, the Melrose Concept Cheers sponsored car. Behind him, the Wanna-Dig 33C machine of Tyler Warnock. Looks pretty good for a good result for him tonight. Might not be the feature win they would be looking for, but a decent result nonetheless for their 33C car. 10 laps in the books for Ricky Brett, 5 to go. The Dalton's 11K car, Jeremy Webb, as they get all screwed up behind. It looks like Jamie Booth off to the infield potentially. Some issues there for the 46C car. And it's Ricky Brett ahead of Tyler Warnock. Then Jeremy Webb makes the pass on Scott Bailey. Bailey tries to come back at him. Not enough doing there for Scott Bailey. So it's Brett, Warnock, Webb and Bailey. Let's see if Jeremy Webb can catch up to the back of Tyler Warnock. 3 laps to go for Ricky Brett. Isabel Clark retires to the infield, so more issues for the TQ. Oh no, she's come back onto the track. Is she going to come back on safely? Yes, she is. So Jamie Booth may be circulating as well. So more issues for the SN Racing team tonight. They've had some real bad luck over the past couple of days with 2 laps to go for Ricky Brett. Tyler Warnock in second, 1.7 seconds back. So Brett, a healthy advantage. The white flag comes out. One more time around for Ricky Brett. And Jeremy Webb just getting past Isabel Clark. She's going to need to get out of the way of some of these faster cars. As Ricky Brett out of 3 and 4 for the final time. Checkered flag flies. Ricky Brett will take out the TQ feature race tonight ahead of Tyler Warnock, Jeremy Webb, Isabel Clark, Isabel Clark's a lap down, but Scott Bailey, then it's going to be Jess Morris, Aaron Finlay, Marty Knight and Logan Scammell.
Yeah, great result there for Ricky Brett. Pretty slick performance there from start to finish. Wasn't really challenged at all. Tyler Warnock got close there for a moment, holding on to second, and Jeremy Webb for third. But good stuff, Ricky. Great to see you going to victory lane. Here he is, Ruapuna, Ricky Brett. Let's help him celebrate his feature win tonight. Well, Louise, it's been a wee while since we've seen Ricky in victory lane regularly. It was a few meetings ago. He did get his first win, but great to see him win it here on our final curtain tonight at the Racecourse Hotel and Motor Lodge, Ruapuna Speedway.
Yeah, congratulations, Ricky. It's been a pretty trying season for you and the boys. Plenty of ups and downs, quite literally and figuratively. You've had a couple of nasty crashes this season, but to rebound and finish here tonight with a feature win on tonight, the season finale.
Yeah, really stoked to finish it off like this. We have been in a battle, whether it's with the car or it's me off the track, not making it to the track, or it's just always been one thing or another. But no, to have it really dialed in tonight, we struggled in our second heat, and I was really wondering what I was going to get for that feature, especially starting next to Tyler. I knew he wasn't going to give the corner to me, so we really dogfighted it out. So no, really happy for the win.
Congratulations, tonight's TQ feature winner here at Ruapuna Speedway, Ricky Brett.
Showdown as these fearless drivers vie for the coveted title of champion. This is where legends are made, and only the strongest will prevail in this thunderous clash of titans.
Well, here we go, folks. The Smith Racing Ruapuna Rumble for the V6 Wingless Sprints. Josh, give us the grid draws, and this is a feature race over 20 laps.
20 laps for the V6 Wingless Sprint Rumble feature, and Cool Hand Luke starts off the front row alongside him. The CTRA 1NZ Bailey Clive, then behind them Kane Gibbett, the Canterbury champion, and then Mark Morris. Leah Smith and Laurie Peterson round out row number 3, then Big Billy Griffiths and Daniel McIntosh. Sam Johnston, Aaron Hutton, then scratch where Kirk Hawkins would be, Paul Smith, Mason Whelan, Mean Gene Spooner, then Luke Shearing, the reigning winner of this event, for an all-Shearing front row. Jake Shearing lines up alongside him. Chris Dempsey, then Corey Duckman to the Big Duck, who lines up in 18th. Then Chris Bailey, Samantha Sanford, Andrew Gregg, Alan Bailey, and Chris Gray. wide salute, folks.
Yeah, a big moment for our V6 Wingless Sprints, folks, and it's their big Ruapuna Rumble. It's been going for a number of years now. Who will take this one out? Of course, Luke Mclimont's got his hands all over the trophy at the moment. It's probably his to lose, that's for sure. Kane, Jemmett and the Shearing boys, Bailey, Clive, can they arrest the juggernaut that is Luke Mclimont? We'll see how this all plays out, Josh.
Absolutely, they've got 20 laps to navigate, and with Wingless Sprints, 20 laps is a long time, and it can provide some carnage. Let's see who's going to take this one out tonight as we get the pace track around for a couple more times. It's going to be Luke Mclimont, Bailey Clive. This could be an all-star front row here. Luke Mclimont, the North Island Midget champion, the two-time V6 Wingless Sprint Rumble champion alongside him, the CTRA 1NZ Wingless Sprint champion of Bailey Clive. A driver who's moving up to the sprint cars for next year. Who's going to take this one out, folks? Make your predictions now, because this is going to be a wild 20 laps. Let's get ready to rumble, folks. Luke Mclimont, Bailey Clive, the front row. Mark Morris, Kane Jemmett. Green flag flies, and Cool Hand Luke takes off immediately with Bailey Clive in tow. So Luke Mclimont leads over Bailey Clive. Then it's Mark Morris. And it's going to be Laurie Peterson making an egregious move around the outside of Kane Jemmett. So Peterson getting aggressive early, gets up the back of Mark Morris, a little bit of contact made. And Mclimont hitting the charge over Clive. And then it's Mark Morris. Let's see what these midfield drivers are jostling about. They're all fighting their way through the field. Chris Gray in there as well. Mean Gene Spooner making up a couple of places. And Sam Johnston, the 54C, making up some places as well. Mean Gene Spooner sitting in there as well. Luke Shearing, he's still fighting with brother Jake. So the Shearing's still fighting it out for one of the lower level places. But it is the man who's won this event 2 times in a row. He's looking for a non-consecutive win tonight. But a third win won't hurt for Cool Hand Luke. As it's Mclimont, Clive, Morris, then Laurie Peterson. He's just gotten around Kane Jemmett, as mentioned. And Billy Griffiths making up some places early as well. Daniel McIntosh behind him. Boy, 4 laps in the books, and it's already heating up. The V6 Wingless Sprint Rumble brought to us by Paul Smith Racing. And Paul Smith himself sitting in the 11th spot. Battling it out with Sam Johnston, Mason Whelan, and Mean Gene Spooner. The big duck, Corey Duck Manton, battling it out with Chris Bailey. Mark Morris coming under some pressure from Laurie Peterson. Can Morris hold him out? Kane Jemmett sitting in there in the tail as well. Here comes Griffiths. He's making his way up through the field. He's right at the back of the Canterbury champion, Kane Jemmett. Makita Power Tools, Jemmett's Power Tool Services, 51C, coming under pressure from Billy Griffiths, 79R. And he makes the move stick, does Billy. So Billy Griffiths now putting Laurie Peterson under some pressure as well. So a lowly grid start for someone who's had some great pace over the weekend. Billy Griffiths now looking to make up those places again. Cool Hand Luke really putting a cool hand to this. He's holding his own at the front end of the V6 Wingless Sprint Rumble. Behind him, Bailey Clive, putting in a nice drive for the second at the moment. Then it's going to be Mark Morris, Laurie Peterson, Billy Griffiths, Kane Jemmett, Leah Smith, and he gets into the back of Daniel McIntosh. That could have been nasty. If Leah Smith could have completely rode a right rear there, and it looks like Daniel McIntosh left rear down on the 37i car. So he'll be off to the infield very shortly if he doesn't cause an accident shortly. So 37i, left rear down. It's all coming up to Chocker here. Let's see what's going to happen, and everyone navigates that quite nicely. A little bit of right rear riding there as Chris Bailey and Gene Spooner get all into it. At the front, here comes Luke Mclimont into some traffic, and up and into the air is Alan Bailey in the 7C. He gets up into the fence there, but he keeps going. Holy moly, that was very lucky for Alan Bailey. Gets those front wheels up, and something which we would only see in a sprint car. And the V6 Wingless Sprint's providing the action tonight as Gene Spooner goes round. Mean Gene Spooner, too mean, and he's gone around at turn 1, but he's kept it going. So these Wingless Sprint drivers starting to get the elbows out. 13 laps in the books, 7 to go. Luke Mclimont, currently the leader. You can see him at the back of the field now, putting some of these cars a lap down. He's next up for him is Andrew Gregg, 75C Softburn Mowers entry, about to be put a lap down. So Mclimont, Bailey Clive in the second spot. Then it's Mark Morris, Billy Griffiths, and a little bit of battle between the Christophers, Chris Gray and Dempsey battling it out. As Laurie Peterson trying to hold off Kane Jimmett as Billy Griffiths trying to get his way around Mark Morris. Gene Spooner and Corey Duckmanton, those two could be battling it out very shortly as Luke Mclimont now gets to the back of Andrew Gregg. Now looking to make a move, has to dive to the inside on Andrew Gregg, or gets a little contact. Sideways on for Mclimont. 17 laps in the books for Cool Hand Luke. Can he show the field a real cool hand tonight and hold on for all 20 laps as all contact with Billy Griffiths and he goes round. So Billy Griffiths gets a right rear from Mark Morris. He goes around, gets it back going, but the yellow already came out, and that could change everything.
Well, Billy Griffiths was going pretty well, and that upset the balance of the car for sure. Looks like we've got another car down there in turns 4 that's come to an end as well, but Cool Hand Luke, as cool as you like, leading this field, but of course this will stack them up, Josh. And let's see if Luke Mclimont can keep his cool and take out the last 4 laps of the Ruapuna Rumble tonight.
Yeah, this could be very, very close between Bailey Clive and Luke Mclimont. We know Bailey Clive isn't afraid to throw a few haymakers, make a little bit of contact with people from here and there, and he is not a dirty driver by any means, but he loves getting his elbows out. He's not Kirk Hawkins level elbows out, but he's one of the most aggressive V6 Wingless Sprint drivers, while also not being aggressive, I think, Craig.
Yes, I know what you mean, and this could really throw a bit of spice into the race. I know the Mclimont team will be fairly nervous about the next few laps. If Luke loses the lead, it'll be difficult to get back, but let's see how it all plays out. A bit of drama for sure.
Yeah, he's got Bailey Clive behind him as well as Mark Morris, and those two aren't afraid to send it, and let's see what's going to happen very shortly as we go green in the next couple of laps. Looks to me like it probably was Chris Dempsey that got it all up in stopped in the wall at the exit of turn 3, and we've got a couple off, but we'll get to those maybe later if we get another yellow. Here we go. Cool Hand Luke leads the way from Bailey Clive as the green flag flies for the final 4 laps of the V6 Wingless Sprint Rumble. So Mclimont, Clive, Morris and Peterson, then Kane Jimmett all on his own, and then the field starts to stream away behind them. They all duke it out 3 wide, going on between Greg and trying to figure out who else then is Dempsey. Not sure who the car was in the middle, but it's Cool Hand Luke Mclimont. He's really putting a good pace at the front of the field. And Corey Duckmanton battling it out with a couple of drivers in the field, as is Sam Johnston. But it's Luke Mclimont. 2 laps to go for the driver from the North Island. The man who's won the North Island Midget Championship. He's won this event 2 times in a row before Luke Shearing stole it away from him last year. He's now looking to take it again this season. White flag flies one more time around for Luke Mclimont. We know him as Cool Hand Luke because he has led all 20 laps of the V6 Wingless Sprint Rumble with no dramas whatsoever. Out of the final corner, checkered flag waves. Luke Mclimont takes the V6 Wingless Sprint Rumble by storm over Bailey Clive and Mark Morris. Laurie Peterson in 4th, Blair Smith And then Luke Shearing comes home for a really solid 6th place finish. Then Paul Smith, the sponsor of this event, and Sam Johnston, Mason Whelan, and Jake Shearing rounding out the top 10. Whoa, what an event that was.
Well, he's done it, folks. Luke Mclimont dominant all weekend, and he's taken out that feature race without any hassle at all. He had a moment there where he had to survive a restart, but Bailey Clive couldn't put any pace on him at all. Congratulations to you, Luke. Well deserved, mate. You dominated the weekend of racing, and the feature race is yours.
Light a fire they can't put out. Carve your name into those shining stars. He said go venture far beyond the shores. Don't forsake this life of yours. I'll guide you home no matter where you are. One day my father, he told me, son, don't let it slip away. When I was just a kid, I heard him say, when you get older, your wild heart will live for younger days.
There he is, Ruapuna. Cool Hand Luke takes out the V6 Wingless Sprint feature race tonight.
So live a life you will remember. My father told me when I was just a child, these are the nights that never die. My father told me.
Well, Louise, we know he's been driving midgets this year. He's stepped back into the V6 Wingless Sprint, and he is as dominant as ever.
Yeah, Luke, you had lapped a majority of the field there. Obviously, that late restart was probably not what you wanted to see, but coming down here to Ruapuna, making the trip with the family and picking up your 3rd rumble, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you for that, and can't thank Mum and Dad, my sister, Emma, Paige, Tyler, everyone else that helps out, all my sponsors, McLeod Cranes, CB Caravans, Grimoff, Hines, Bay Civil, just everyone that helps out on this car, because without them I wouldn't be racing, and yeah, pretty cool this.
Your 2024 Smith Racing V6 Wingless Sprint Rumble winner, Luke Mclimont.
Start pouring down, light a fire they can't put out. Carve your name into those shining stars. He said go venture.
Rental cars and vans, and they pick up out of Christchurch as well. Full mechanical services and warrants, plus new and used spares for most vans and tyres. It's all at City South Fan Spares, 166 Maces Road. Grid positions for the City South Fan Spares Midget Car Gold Cup over 25 laps. The front row, Michael Pickens in the 54 from 1, Brad Mosen in the 1 NZ from 2. Alec Insley in the 71 from 3, and Jeremy Webb in the 88 from grid number 4. He's the front runner of the Christchurch guys. But hard and behind him, the 54 of Jack Lowe from grid 5. Mitch Fabish in grid 6. Out of grid 7 is Ben Morgan in the 45, grid 8. Morgan McHugh in the 24 car. Then we go back to Trent Way in the 9A, the 9M of Peter Honeybell from grid number 10. Ben Smith in the 67 from 11. And beside him, Travis Buckley in the 7M out of grid 12. Mitch Hill in the 9C from 13. Nathan Wilkie in the 21N from 14. And then we've got Scott Miller in the 5 from 15, Jamie Brown in the 57N from 16, and rounding out the field, Paul Denson in the 10 car from grid 17.
Ladies and gentlemen, after a series of bone-shaking heat races, it's time for the main event in the City South Van Spares Midget Gold Cup here at the Thunderdome. With the field narrowed down to the grittiest and most determined drivers, the stage is set for a showdown of epic proportions. So grab hold of your seats and brace yourselves for a feature race that'll test the limits of man and machine, where only the bravest will emerge triumphant.
Radio folks, get up on your feet for the 4 wide salute. Turn the cell phone lights on. Let's make some noise. Let's light up Ruapuna. This is the City South Van Spears' first Midget Car Gold Cup.
Well, folks, we hope you're enjoying it. Welcome to Thunderdome. It is the Midgets taking on their Gold Cup, brought to us by City South Van Spears.
Yeah, who is going to be the first to get their name etched on the Ruapuna Midget Car Gold Cup? Will it be Pickens? Will it be Mosen? What about one of the young guns like Insley or Fabish? The local boys, Jeremy Webb, Jack Lowe, and Ben Morgan. It is going to be a race for the ages. The City South Van Spears' first annual Midget Car Gold Cup. It's time to pull the trigger. Let's go racing. Big move by Alec Insley. Got hooked up on the back of Mosen. Jamie Brown threw the car sideways. That could have got gnarly. That very first corner. A lot of money at stake here too, so boy, the nerves will be on edge.
Yeah, the young 17-year-old got that car hooked up and wild on the back of Brad Mosen, of all things, and I'm sure both drivers thought those cars were going to tip up. A absolute miracle that they managed to survive that, and they'll get re-racked and stacked again. Difficult to know if Alec Insley will get put to the back of the field or Brad Mosen, but...
well, Mosen's just pulled into the infield.
Oh, what a disaster for Greenway Racing. Obviously, something's broken, probably a shock, I would imagine. And how frustrating for that Greenway Racing team. Very, very difficult. But Alec Insley, let's see if he can redeem himself and make it all worthwhile. He's got to get himself past the 10-time New Zealand Midget Car champion of Michael Pickens.
Yeah, Greenway Racing, headed up by Wayne Green. Such great supporters of midget car racing around the country. And we've seen them on a number of occasions down here at Ruapuna. And a real shame for Brad Mosen, no doubt hoping to end his midget car season on a high. It is not to be. Yeah, Mosen would have felt something go in the back end of that car, I would suspect. That front row, Michael Pickens all on his own. Nothing in front of him bar the crisp autumn air of Christchurch here at the Racecourse Hotel and Motor Lodge, Ruapuna Speedway.
All right, we'll get Brad Mosen to the safety of the infield. A very slow walk by him, very frustrated, I would imagine. And that just leaves the car to get restarted there. A high-octane front couple of rows there with Michael Pickens, of course, Alec Insley, Mitch Fabish, and Jeremy Webb poking his nose up. Of course, Jeremy is the inaugural winner of the Pickens 50 at Western Springs. He's got the pedigree to win. Let's see if he can take on the 10-time champ, Michael Pickens.
Yes, the midget car racing here at Ruapuna has certainly turned up the wick this summer. The local drivers just getting better and better with each outing. So that front row, Michael Pickens all on his lonesome, row number 2. Alec Insley and Jeremy Webb. Then we go back, Jack Lowe, Mitch Fabish, Ben Morgan, Morgan McHugh. They are the guys that occupy the front 4 grids. 25 laps of distance for the Midget Car Gold Cup. And it's Michael Pickens, predictably from that front row. Gee, he is going to take some carving back. A little bit of a log jam further back in the field. But Pickens, man with midget car feature wins in the USA, Australia and New Zealand. He's around 216 or 18 feature race wins. Is he on the way to yet another one? He is absolutely one of the all-time greats. Ben Smith grinds to a halt, as does the 57 of Jamie Brown, just 2 laps down.
Yeah, the nerves are jangling here for sure, and Jamie Brown will get a restart, no problems at all. Didn't see what Ben Smith did, but he's got that car stalled there on turns 1 and 2. Pretty good result for Ben Smith, whatever way you look at it, just back into the midget car 2 meetings ago. But Michael Pickens looking pretty racy, got that setup looking pretty good too, AJ. Of course, the setups change here, folks, if you're not used to speedway racing. As the race progresses, the fuel loads get lower and the car dynamics will actually change. So depending on how you set your car up, you can be very fast for those last 10 laps. And that's most likely the likes of Jack Lowe. Watch out for him. He's our best chance, him and Jeremy Webb, of taking out this feature race tonight.
Yeah, I talked to Jack in between races before and asked him what the top of the racetrack's like, and he said, for the heat races, it's probably just not worth going up there. He said it sort of has a little bit of a step up and then it flattens out and then you're back to the, you know, the sort of looser dirt that they can go chasing. He just said it's a bridge too far, but he said with so much on offer for this feature race, he said don't be surprised that if we've just got to do it, we're going to do it.
Well, there is a term here, folks, called win it or bin it, meaning the guys that are really going for it will risk everything, and that may be going up on that really muddy stuff up the top there to get a bit of extra acceleration down the straights. And certainly with a good prize money up, that could be the case today.
Yeah, it could be the case. Green flag about to fly again. City South Fanspears Midget Car Gold Cup taking a little while to settle down. Travis Buckley, one of the first drivers to show his intent by running on the higher part of the racetrack down through the stadium finance, turns 1 and 2. But it's Michael Pickens, Alec Insley, Jeremy Webb looking solid in that 3rd spot. Jack Lowe in 4th. Lowe has got Peter Honeybell, a former New Zealand midget car champion, breathing down his neck. Do not ride off Mitch Fabish in that 3NZ car. Most of them more than happy to run almost single file down the very bottom part of the racetrack. Passing opportunities will be at a premium. But as before, it's Travis Buckley that could be the most likely to run topside. Lap starting to count down. And still Michael Pickens. 1 up and over. Boy, she's a minefield.
Yeah, that track getting very tricky there on 1 and 2. We can see that darker dirt in the middle of the track, and that's really catching out a few of these drivers. Can't see who that is at the moment. EJ will get some confirmation very shortly. But I was just thinking about this race. We've got Michael Pickens taking a very big lead here, but in these long races, there are plenty of opportunities to get the front runners on the restart. So the likes of Jack Lowe and Mitch Fabish and Alec Insley are most likely just to play their cards close to their chest for the first 15 or so laps and really put their foot down. But Trent Way looks like the driver that's gone over, and Ben Morgan. So Trent getting that car up and over, and Ben Morgan was the one that's upside down. So that'll be the end of Ben's night tonight. One of our very promising midget car drivers, a very good TQ driver, and he gets himself into the infield.
Yeah, how outstanding has the support from the Northern Midget car drivers been this season? Firstly with the New Zealand Championships, and then last weekend's BT race for mates, and the Southern King of the South Eliminator race, and then of course the Midget car Gold Cup. You know, it's the end of their season too, and we are really grateful for all of those who have travelled south to race, plus the guys from around the South Island for their unshakable desire to race here at Ruapuna.
So the City South Van Spears Midget Gold Cup, its inaugural running is proving to have a few chapters already. A few of those cars to the infield now. That makes 5, possibly 6 to the infield.
Yeah, I think it might have been Mitch Hill that got caught up in that one.
Oh, it was too. Yeah, Mitch Hill 9C, not 9A of Trent Way. So Mitch Hill finally getting that car up on its side. The Lumsden team with a big breath, hoping that car didn't sustain too much damage. And good to see Mitch tacked onto the back of the field.
Yeah, 5 down, 20 to go. Of course, what this does, it eliminates the lap traffic factor probably for another 8 or 9 laps. Michael Pickens with Alec Insley breathing down his neck. Oh, Pickens is slowed. Pickens to the infield.
Oh, what a moment.
The big guns dropping like flies. This is going to open it up somewhat. You can now sense that some of these other drivers can sniff an opportunity. Jack Lowe's up into second spot. Behind him, Jeremy Webb and Peter Honeybell in third, but it's Alec Insley leading the way. Oh boy, this certainly is going to juice the race up. And here comes Buckley. Up into sixth spot for Travis Buckley. Oh, he goes in hot. Just shuffles Peter Honeybell across the racetrack. Alec Insley starting to steal a march on his opponents. Jack Lowe in that second spot. Jeremy Webb with Mitch Fabish tucked in nicely behind him. And Travis Buckley now goes up one more spot into the 5th position. He is doing it easy at the front of the field. Alec Insley behind him, Jack Lowe. Big battle between the two local drivers, Jack Lowe and Jeremy Webb. Webb, of course, took out the South Island Midget Car Championship this season, so it is a race for local bragging rights in the Midget Car Gold Cup. At this stage, it's the Rumble Racing Yale 71A of Alec Insley. Paul Denson in the Denko, just coasting around. He exits to the infield as well. Big battle, this one between Webb and Lowe, with opportunities at an absolute premium for the midget cars in tonight's Gold Cup. Webb is just going to keep turning up the pressure on Lowe. Oh, big wheelie by Lowe. But Alec Insley, gee, he is just marching away from this talent-packed field. The margin has absolutely blown out to 3 1/4 seconds. Big battle for second and third between Lowe and Webb. Likewise, the next 2 spots back between Mitch Fabish and Travis Buckley. Peter Honeybell, he's just dropped back a little. And now the lap traffic is quite some way off for Alec Insley. Mitch Fabish getting all racy. Try to move on Webb. Nothing stuck to the sheets on that one. And Fabish is now going to favour the high line. His car could be really coming on if he's going to play the momentum race. It is a cruise in the park for Insley at the front of the field. Jack Lowe just a couple of car lengths ahead of Jeremy Webb. But Fabish, boy, he is working Webb over big time. Honeybell's moved up a little bit too. He's closed the gap on Buckley. 5 laps to go in the City South Van Spears Midget Gold Cup. And Alec Insley is just cutting them to shreds. Jack Lowe very uncharacteristically sticking to the bottom part of the racetrack, but that does tell you that he cannot see any reason to go up topside. Insley about to put the 57 of Brown a lap down. White flag. And he has just cut them to shreds. Alec Insley in the Yale 71 car. Boy, he has shown some absolute talent down here. And keeping the Insley family name flying high in midget car ranks. Insley takes the Gold Cup. Second place is going to go to Jack Lowe from Jeremy Webb. Mitchell Fabish in the 4th spot. Then it's Travis Buckley, Peter Honeybell, Morgan McHugh, Trent Way, Mitchell Hill, and rounding out the top 10 is Jamie Brown.
Well, he's done it, folks. The young 17-year-old all the way from Auckland in the L71, Alec Insley, held his composure all the way, and nothing was going to faze him, winning by over 3.5 seconds from our local hero, Jack Lowe and Jeremy Webb. But congratulations to you, Alec. You've now taken out the Midget Gold Cup, sponsored by City South Van Spears, in a very good performance tonight. There he is, Ruapuna, the young 17-year-old. Clap him as he comes around the track. A very good performance for him. He'll probably be at high school on Monday morning and celebrating a feature win here at Ruapuna Speedway. There is Ruapuna, Alec Insley. Well, there you go, Louise. Two big feature races here at the Racecourse Hotel and Motor Lodge, Ruapuna Speedway for the young 17-year-old.
Alec, it was just over a week ago you picked up your first feature win in the midget class here at Ruapuna. Picking up another one tonight. Obviously a few incidents there took out Michael and Brad, but I think that there's safe to say that you had that race pretty locked down from the beginning there. You were incredibly fast the entire time.
It's not the way I like to win, you know. I didn't really mean to get into Brad there. I kind of got ran out of room, but it's not his fault, it's not my fault. It was more of a racing deal, and I'm not sure what happened to Michael there, but that was a bit of a bummer because he seemed pretty quick, but it would have been cool to get two King chassis on the podium, but hard luck to them, those guys. But big thank you to the crowd for coming out tonight, and Ruapuna Speedway. They've put on some pretty cool events for over the past 8 days, you know, so can't thank them enough, and can't thank my team enough for making the decision to run tonight, because as they kind of called the meeting yesterday, we weren't quite sure what we were going to do, so yeah.
Well worth staying to pick up feature win number 2 and the first ever City South Van Spears Midget Gold Cup. Your midget feature winner tonight, Alec Insley.
Well, a great feature race there by Allard.
Repair cracks and straighten wheels, they repaint, they touch the wheels up, you name it. If it's general engineering or mag wheel repairing, it is Royce Clive Engineering at 520 Blenheim Road. And of course the great people and businesses that have got them behind the 22nd Ruapuna Sprintcar Gold Cup, the R&R Duff Sprintcar Gold Cup, named in the memory of Ron and Rita Duff, who put so much into speedway racing in Canterbury a good number of years ago, running Housey for both the TQ Club and Ruapuna Speedway, and their efforts certainly laid a great foundation for us to continue building on, bringing you the greatest show on dirt, helping us with the R&R Duff Sprintcar Gold Cup, Concut, UDC Finance, Christchurch European, Suck It Up, Concrete for You, Dalton's, Edge Parts and Performance, Gerard Ness and the Godfather Dick Gray.
Well, it's a great event, folks, and it was just an idea that was floated last year at the Front End Challenge. One of our regular sprint car drivers come up to us and said, hey, why don't we run a big event here at Ruapuna? And it has manifested into Speed Week, $100,000 up for grabs, unheard of in speedway racing around the country for sure. And here we are about to face the R&R Duff Sprint Car Gold Cup.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the main event of the evening, the feature race of the R&R Duff Sprint Car Gold Cup. After a series of thrilling heats and heart-stopping action, the stage is set for the ultimate showdown. Here, in the heart of the Thunderdome, the best of the best will go head-to-head in a battle for supremacy. So sit back, hold on tight, and prepare to witness history in the making as the Thunderdome plays host to a race like no other.
Well, here we go, folks. The R&R Duff Gold Cup at the Racecourse Hotel and Motor Lodge, Ruapuna Speedway. AJ, give us the grid draws.
Yeah, starting out of grid number 1, Jonathan Allard in the 4 USA, Daniel Thomas in the 55K from grid number 2. Michael Pickens in the 54 from 3, and Joel Myers Jr., the New Zealand champion in the 1 NZ from 4. The 78 of Matthew Levisage from 5, outside of him, Jacob McIntyre in the 88I. Grid number 7, the 3 NZ of Jamie Larson, beside him, the 15C of Brad Mosen. Max Gilford in the 46C from 9, and beside him is Caleb Bourne in car 95. Grid number 11, 99M, Christian Hermanson. Beside him is the 9N of Stephen Taylor. 98A, Ryan O'Connor from 13, from 14, the 17C of Dylan Forsey, Jamie Duff in the 19C from 15, and Connor Rangi in the 57N from 16. Grid 17, the 99 of Davey Kerr. Grid 18, 64, Matt Honeywell. The back row, 47A, Marcus Dumsney, and Sean Ashton in the 73.
Well, here we go, folks. This is the finale for Speed Week, this $100,000 Speed Week, which was just a concept last year. It's come together beautifully, and this is the final race for the season. It should be a great one, AJ. Can't wait to see who takes out this 30-lap feature.
Yeah, with so much at stake, I'm picking it's going to take a little while to settle down. Here we go, folks, a 4-wide salute. One last chance to light the old joint up here at Ruapuna. Get on your feet, give them a wave, because this is going to be bigger than Ben-Hur. Oh boy, it is not for the faint-hearted. The Sprint Car Gold Cup, the R&R Duff Sprint Car Gold Cup, the 22nd edition of the granddaddy of New Zealand sprint car races. That front row, Jonathan Allard and Daniel Thomas, Michael Pickens and Joel Myers, the second row. Then we go back to Matthew Levisage and Jacob McIntyre. Allard, the only one from the 3 front rows with a Gold Cup win to his credit. This could get wild, it could get woolly. Get ready, hold on, folks. The R&R Duff 22nd Sprint Car Gold Cup is underway. Orange light on already. Officials not happy with the start.
Oh, and almost a big moment at the back of the field there. But yes, anxiety levels very high. $60,000 up for grabs on this race, folks. And difficult to know who jumped the start. It'll be one of those 2 front runners for sure. For USA, Jonathan Allard, or the 55 car of Daniel Thomas.
Yeah, no one will want to put a foot wrong in this one, will they? Because with such high stakes, boy, this is the sort of thing that drivers dream of. The big payday. They cross the line side by side. It was Jonathan Allard who took the lead. Then we go back to Daniel Thomas. Joel Myers sitting there in the third spot. Behind him, Michael Pickens. Could take a couple of laps for them to really sort themselves out. Oh, big challenge by Myers, trying to get in behind his fellow countryman, Jonathan Allard. So the two Yanks. But Daniel Thomas, he is a shrewd operator. So Thomas sitting there in second spot. Myers in third. Then we go back. It's Pickens. Behind Pickens, Jamie Larson. A huge run by Larson, who started back in seventh. So he's made 3 car passes already in this, the 30-lap Sprint Car Gold Cup. It's J.A. He is leading the way. What a battle we've got for second and third between Daniel Thomas and Joel Myers Jr. Oh, Allard's got checked up by a car that struck problems at the back. That was Dave Kerr. That's given Myers and Thomas a chance to close the gap. Allard, he'll get back onto his game very, very quickly. So Jonathan Allard, he's already got several Sprint Car Gold Cups to his credit, leading the way. Oh, we've got a moment down there. Jacob McIntyre took a big fistful of something. Oh, you can sense the desire and the desperation.
Well, chapter 1 there, AJ, and it's Jacob McIntyre putting on our wee highlights reel down in turn 3. Difficult to know what happened, but he got up high on that fence for sure. There was a moment with Jonathan Allard who almost took out, it was Dave Kerr just coming to the infield, so certainly the nerves are jangling, and it's the 4 USA car leading the field at the moment with Daniel Thomas and Joel Myers Jr. looking particularly racy as well.
Yeah, some of the guys that are locked at the back have got a huge job in front of them. You start looking at them. Jamie Duff, a 2-time winner of the Sprint Car Gold Cup here at Ruapuna. It just hasn't been the Duff man's night.
It has not, and with all this money up for grabs, folks, don't be surprised later in the race that some of these guys will chance their arm on that very heavy clay to the outside of those corners. Jacob McIntyre took a wild ride there. Difficult to know what actually happened, but if he gets a restart, he'll certainly be off the back.
Yeah, no, he's out of the car. So
out of the car.
Yep.
Okay, Jacob retiring that car tonight. A pretty good season for him by all accounts. Was pretty racy in the War of the Wings for a long, long time.
Yeah, how stunning for him to qualify 6th in the Gold Cup.
Yeah, good stuff
An
by
outstanding performance.
Jamie Larson making some early moves there, AJ. He's particularly racy, and Matthew Levisage got that car into a pretty good position. And Brad Mosen, what a story this would be. Brad Mosen in the 15C, first time in a sprint car for a very long time. Finds himself in 7th position in the $60,000 R&R Duff Sprint Car Gold Cup.
Yeah, you know, Matthew Levisage, we have barely talked about him all weekend long, and he just keeps going around gathering up the points to where he was the 5th qualifier. So, you know, he just goes about the business. There's nothing flashy, but man, is he fast. And don't write off Jamie Larson sitting there in the 5th spot right now, a 2-time winner of the Sprint Car Gold Cup. Allard's got 3 to his credit.
Now I know the Dalton's team will be looking on and thinking Jonathan's in a very good position, but he has struck some mechanical bad luck here a couple of times at the Racecourse Hotel and Motor Lodge Ruapuna Speedway. Let's see if he can get some clean laps. It's just 4 gone of the 30 laps, so almost a feature race to go at this stage, AJ.
Yeah, it's got good momentum, and again, you know, I have this thing about the lap traffic being a game changer, and it starts playing into the leader's hands if, you know, after around a handful of laps, if there's a yellow, because what it does, it kind of sweeps the track dry of the traffic, and they tag in very closely again to that front car. And so that's going to give Allard a real opportunity. Remember, Jonathan Allard, one of the greatest drivers to come out of the Northern California region, now splits his time between his home in Auckland and his other home in Chico. And what an outstanding ambassador he is for Speedway racing.
So Jacob McIntyre's car is in the infield now. Dave Kerr's Springston Hotel sponsored car makes it to the infield also. And lots of chapters to play out here, folks. Pretty exciting being out on a Sunday night watching the R&R Duff Sprint Car Gold Cup playing out.
Yeah, plenty of chapters. You're right on about that, Craig. If it was a book, we've only just opened it. So here we go. 4 laps down, 26 to go. Jonathan Allard, the pace setter, and the Daltons for USA car. Plenty of dust flying out there now. The racetrack has held up pretty well for these guys. So it's Jonathan Allard. What a scrap we've got going on for second and third. Stephen Taylor went in there at 200 mile an hour and he has been spat out the back. A wheelie in the air. The defending Gold Cup holder. Now Taylor's going to get the bit between the teeth. It's Jonathan Allard. Joel Myers Jr., the other American, he's moved up into second. Michael Pickens is into third and challenging Myers. The cream is rising to the top. Jonathan Allard just goes up, takes a little bit of a chomp out of the dirt up high. Jamie Larson in fourth. Daniel Thomas has faded back to fifth spot. Thomas starting to run the high line and looking back, so is Max Guilford and Dylan Forsey. Joel Myers Jr. hanging on to that second spot. But oh boy, what a race we are going to have between him and Michael Pickens. It's only Pickens' second running in a Sprint Car Gold Cup here at Ruapuna. Jonathan Allard, 9 laps down. We're just about at the third race distance. And the top dogs have really started to sort themselves out. 10 down, it's still Jonathan Allard, Joel Myers Jr. and Michael Pickens. It's meat and potato stuff for Allard at this stage, but so much can happen over the remaining 20 laps. Pickens applying the pressure on Myers. Duff retires to the infield. It just hasn't been the 2-time Gold Cup winners weekend. Now we start approaching the lap traffic. Is it going to be the game changer? As Jonathan Allard comes up onto the tail of the 73 of Sean Ashton. That gave Myers a bit of a sniff. Myers certainly closed the gap, but now he goes by Ashton. The traffic is fast and free-flowing. It's like the LA freeway at peak hour. They are going for the doctor. So Jonathan Allard. Oh boy, he just jumped the cush down there. The car leapt off the racing group. We've got a change at the front. It's Joel Myers Jr. In a split second, Allard just hooked the cush. How expensive might that prove? So Joel Myers Jr. now coming up onto the tail of Matt Honeywell. We're at lap 17 next time by the NPD 100% fuels start-finish line here at the Racecourse Hotel and Motor Lodge, Ruapuna Speedway. Myers, Allard, Pickens, they're the front three. And you sense that Allard is just going to have to pull something right out of the hat now. "19 laps down next time past the start-finish line for Joel Myers Jr. He is our New Zealand Sprint Car champion. He is the current Hydrolink War of the Wings champion. He knows Ruapuna like the absolute back of his hand, and he is heading towards a big paycheck, quite possibly. Jonathan Allard, he gets by Matt Honeywell, as does Michael Pickens, but they have got a truckload of work to do to haul back the rampant 18-year-old from Sebastopol, Northern California, Joel Myers Jr. racing for TR Now's Daniel Anderson Motorsport. Right into the lap traffic now for Myers. He's hard on the tail of Christian Hermansen, who has looked so good in his Ruapuna debut. But between Myers and Allard is Caleb Bourne. Bourne just rides the concrete, and Allard will be desperate to get by because he can sense that Myers is perhaps being held up just a little by Hermansen. Round the outside of Hermansen goes Joel Myers Jr. We are at 24 laps down. What a race. The R&R Duff 22nd Sprint Car Gold Cup. Here comes Jonathan Allard. We're in for a high stakes shootout over the last handful of laps. It's Joel Myers Jr., Jonathan Allard, who has been so helpful to Myers in his career. 5 to go, 4 to go now for Myers. Allard, 2.5 seconds adrift. Is anything going to stop the rampant 18-year-old? Boy, he has certainly put up a masterclass here at Ruapuna. Allard is closing and closing fast, but he's running out of laps. It's 28 laps next time by for Joel Myers Jr. White flag out next time. Jonathan Allard in second, praying for a miracle, praying for a late race yellow. Is he going to get it? Michael Pickens in third. Here we go, 1 to go for Myers. And he's trapped in behind the lap traffic. Oh, Allard had one last crack at it and he couldn't make it. Get on your feet, folks. What a race. Joel Myers Jr. takes the Gold Cup. Jonathan Allard in second, Michael Pickens third, Daniel Thomas in fourth. Then we go back to Jamie Larson. What a drive by Brad Mosen to finish sixth. Matthew Levisage, Dylan Forsey, Max Guilford. Well, ladies and gentlemen, his 18th birthday yesterday. Today, he picks up the biggest check in New Zealand sprint car history. It's Joel Myers Jr. taking out the Gold Cup.
He's done it again, Ruapuna. He's a favourite here, has been for a couple of seasons. And as AJ said, Joel Myers Jr. takes it out. He had to sweat on a couple of mistakes, and Jonathan Allard made that one mistake about lap 20, and Myers was on to him. He absolutely poured the pressure on, and he couldn't be stopped. What a great result for the young 18-year-old.
Well, how good was that, folks? The Sprint Car Gold Cup. Remember, straight after this, we've got the fireworks courtesy of K&T Drainage and Concut. And a huge thanks to the sponsors who got them behind the R&R Duff Sprint Car Gold Cup. Concut, UDC Finance, Christchurch European, Suck It Up, Dalton's, Concrete for You, Edge Parts, Jared Ness, The Godfather Dick Gray, Royce Clive Engineering, and he's got on the wing. It's Joel Myers Jr.
the kick.
Well, you've witnessed it, folks, the biggest race in sprint car history as far as payout, and it's Joel Myers Jr., the juggernaut from California, and just being congratulated there by other drivers. Louise, what a big moment this is for the youngster, Joel Myers Jr.
Joel, it's been a pretty good season for you guys, obviously picking up the 1NZ as well and winning $23,000 tonight in New Zealand's richest paying sprint car race. It was pretty exciting there between you and Jonathan. You were chasing him down pretty hard there, and he got caught up in that cushion, and you were able to take the lead away from him.
Yeah, for sure. I was racing with Daniel Thomas for a while, and we were kind of even, him being on top and being on bottom, and I just need to kind of be patient on the bottom, and it'd probably be better, just especially off of 4 if all the midgets running down there. And it worked out. Jonathan tripped up, and I was able to sneak by and just kind of hit my marks and trying to be smart through lap traffic. We lost one last week in lap traffic, so just smart enough. And it's awesome racing with Jonathan. I've always looked up to him since I was little, and be able to race with him like that with one of New Zealand's biggest paying races is awesome. And congrats to Michael as well. And can't thank Dan and everybody that behind the scenes that brings me out here, and Courtney, Leanne, Lance, Kev. We've had Hooley the last couple of weeks, Max in the second car, and just can't thank everyone for coming out as well.
Your 2024 R&R Duff Gold Cup winner, Joel Myers Jr.
Well, lots going on down there, Louise, and looks like you've got Jonathan Allard right beside you.
Tonight's second place finisher, Jonathan Allard, winning the Grand Prix last week, Jonathan, and obviously it was a heartbreak for you last season at this Gold Cup event as well, but coming home second tonight, not a bad effort for you guys.
Oh, no, look, the kid's fast. He knows what he's doing behind the wheel, and we just got caught making too many mistakes. Got up over the curb again, and it just cost us a lot of time. I thought that's where we needed to be, but we got one hell of a race car and one heck of a team. I'll tell you that. They were all down here praising me, and I let them down, basically. But we'll put our heads down and go get after it in the United States, see if I can beat them over there.
A 1-2 finish for California tonight in the Gold Cup. And our third place finisher, Michael Pickens. Michael, it's been a pretty trying week for you and the team. Definitely some better results in the sprint car, and it was a fast 30 laps out there for you guys, but to come home third, a fantastic result.
Yeah, no, it's good. We all try our best, but we, the ball hasn't quite rolled our way the last couple of weeks. But we're having a lot of fun doing it, and that's the main thing. A huge thanks to CRC, Z-Build, Warwick McKenzie, the car owner, Steve Warrington, the crew chief, all the guys have worked their butts off. We've had rainouts and all sorts to deal with. So I appreciate all their support, and we'll be back next year.
And while we have you, just for the crowd, what happened in that midget feature?
We broke a drive line, so either UJ or a rear couple or something, but either way, it's broke, so wasn't doing me any good on the infield. But I had a good car, thanks to Justin Insley, Jack and Ron Gecko, owner motor, CRC, of course. Had the car to beat, but that's the way it goes.
Tonight's Gold Cup podium, third place, Michael Pickens, second place, Jonathan Allard, and picking up the $23,000, Joel Myers Jr.